Is there anything else you would like to ask me?
I think what you were saying was very accurate. Yeah, I guess at this time I'm wanting to get back to doing something I used to do, which is more the spiritual work and teaching.
Okay.
I'm ready now, I think, because of that healing that I did.
I think so too. I think so too. That's what I see. I see that you did you take a time out or a time away in order to
Yes.
do the healing? Okay,
Yes.
because that's very important as a healer, as a counselor, as myself, that when we find out that we got stuff to deal with, that we stop and we do what we need to do in order to be of help to other people. You did the right thing right there too.
Yeah.
Are you motivational? Because I see you just really motivated in what you're doing and saying.
Yes, very much so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that you will be doing that shortly, like right around the corner. I give that a good 3 months before winter. And I feel like you're attracting the right people. There will be people who are attracted to what you have to give and share. And that should happen right away. I'm not going to say that you'll be doing it within the next 3 months, but there's a lot of energy out there that's saying it's the right time and the right place to get that going.
Okay.
Because I don't see you have any bad residue. I think you've done great. And I think that there's going to be some people who are going to need that lesson. Whatever you have gone through, you're going to share and help a great amount of people. That's what I see.
My life has been based around that. As I go through something, then I have to help others with the same situation. Mm-hmm.
We can't help it.
I know. That way you can send no judgment for someone else. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, how do you know? Well, for heaven's sake, I'm talking from experience. So I think that you're going to do very, very well. I think this next year is going to be very, very wonderful for you. I think good things are coming your way in abundance.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight. I appreciate that.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello there, everyone. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm coming to you today from London in the United Kingdom. So we're going to look forward now to some live psychic readings, and I'm using cards here, which are the Rider-Waite I'm using today. These are the very, very ancient cards and mostly widely used all over the world. But I'm only using those cards just as a trigger, really, because I do like to see what is in the crystal ball. And this little crystal here has got the blue agate running straight the way through it. It's beautiful. It's like lapis lazuli. I think that's how you say it. But it has got all of these lovely markings. And this I'm using to heighten all of that wonderful psychic energy. And this is what I use to connect through to you and also through to audiences as well. That I have here in the UK. And in a psychic audience, it's a live audience, as we've got live callers here today, and I will shout out names, I will shout out different circumstances, people, and events that may happen as well, to everybody. So this is what I'm going to do here with you today. So we're looking forward to our callers and looking forward to seeing exactly what I can see here into the crystal ball. And when I'm asked about how do you use it, how do you use the crystal ball, it's a very, very easy process. You look until you see a little tiny light in the center of the ball. And then you look again and see what that evolves, see how it expands in the center of the ball, and how you can see just that tiny, tiny light get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you may see spirit, you may see an initial, we may have some universal image, maybe perhaps like a car or an aeroplane or climbing some stairs. It's interesting to see. So perhaps you can grab yourself a crystal and try and exercise your third eye, this very, very strong psychic sense that we all have. And this third eye is here in the chakra in our head. And we've all got that intuition. So we just have to use a little bit of imagination, and then we're there. So I think we've got our first caller here on the line. Hello there. Is that, who am I speaking to? Hello, Carrie. Is it Carrie from Tampa?
Yes.
Hello. Hello, Carrie. Right, it's wonderful for you to come through. So we're going to have a look, first of all, I think today in your cards. So I'm just going to take one of these cards, then another one. Because we've got you feeling all sort of miserable here and really feeling as though, is that you? Is it? So you're walking away from distressing circumstances, difficulty that you have had to face all by yourself. I think that's been quite a trauma, Carrie. That's how I'm seeing the recent past. However, I think as well as the emotional trauma, I think as well you've had finances that have been precarious, and that your wealth management, your money, your prosperity has in fact been under attack. It's like you've been frightened of losing things. Is that true? Is that what's happened with you, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
do you know what? You are about to enter a new pathway in your life. This is exciting, I promise you, because you haven't had this before. This has never been a part of what you've dreamt of or what you thought might happen, but now it is. So it's almost as though things have been forced and that you had to lose those negative people. You had to leave that difficult circumstance. Is that how you feel today?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it's all been taken away, as if by magic. Somebody waved a wand one day and said, no, this is not happening to you anymore, Carrie. And
that's right.
Yeah, and it's elevated you, hasn't it? It's brought you up. It's lifted you up. And you're not going to feel sad and lonely and distressed anymore because you've got an escape. And you've already gone through, you've broken that barrier now, and that escape route has happened. But I don't think that this is the end of the story, because I do feel that you've got some battles here to win yet, but they're easy ones. It's a walk in the park for you. You have drawn the star card. I'm going to give it to you here. Now, the star card is about all those wonderful aspirations, those dreams, the hopes that we have, the wishes that we're making in our life, not just for today, but for tomorrow as well. And we're weighing everything up and seeing exactly how we can transform our future. Now, you're meeting somebody who will help you to do that, because I have the King of Wands here. He's somebody that comes into your life as a savior, and he may already be there, or at least on the periphery of your existence at the moment, because you've got rid of all the difficulty, you've got rid of all the bad stuff, that's all gone. But you didn't really do that. It was taken from you, and that had to happen in that way, because you wouldn't have done it, I don't think. I think you would have just stayed in the same situation and carried on and carried on. Do you think that's what would have happened to you as well?
Yeah.
I think we just get stuck, don't we? Just get stuck. However, excitement is here, ambition. You've got to remember that you've got to have that ambition for your life, for all the things that you want to do, for who you want to become, what you want to look like, how you sound and how you feel inside. These are all really important steps for you. And I think that you're almost there, because you've got truth. The truth is coming out. So there's still some things that you don't know about yet. And when you find these particular truths, you'll think, yeah, that's okay. I've just clicked that. That's just clicked into place. And I feel really happy that I don't have to worry or wonder or question anymore. Be assured that you've done the right thing and that you're feeling absolutely in control right now. But there is a man walking towards you, his open arms. It's like his sort of, here we go, I've got open arms, and I want you to hold and to cherish and to love and to adore.
There's a guy that I've been talking to, and I'm wondering if that's the one you're picking up on, because I sort of fell in love with this guy.
I know.
I don't know if he feels anything towards me.
So did you, September seems to be coming in as an important month.
That's when I met him.
Right, last September is what I was going to say. I don't think it's this coming September.
Yes.
Okay, well, if it's September, that's when you met him, then I feel that's him, because it's taking him some time now to really be able to express himself, his feelings, and what he wants for himself, and also to trust you. This is a man who doesn't have a lot of faith, I don't think, in women, and he has been let down in the past as well. Well, haven't we all? We all have. We've all suffered disappointment. We've all got to manage that expectation. But he, I think, has just taken his time. You've got to know him, and now you've got to make a big decision. You have to make a maneuver. You have to maneuver your way towards him. Is he some distance from you? Is he living
Yes.
not? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes, he lives in another state. About 12 hours away in a car.
Oh, wow. That's a long way. You need to make arrangements, though, to go and see him, to be in his locality, to be around his area. A visit, a holiday, a weekend, but you need to see where he is and understand his circumstances that he's living in with his friends, his family, his connections, where he goes every day, what he does every day, what his work is, where it is. You need to build that picture in his mind and your mind as well, so that two are in sync, so that you know exactly what you're doing with each other, you know which way you're going. You are going to find that the previous person in his life was, in fact, quite difficult, I think, for him, and gave him a great deal of sort of upset. And I think that that's got to be part of your understanding of his situation. But I do see prosperity with the two of you. I think as long as you can get there to him, Carrie, and you can talk to him on his ground, on his terms, and in his particular position, then you're going to feel as though everything's okay and that you can carry on and go forward. You've got the Ace of Cups here. Now, this is a point in destiny. So what I'm going to say to you is that you need to establish this connection with him really very quickly. Go and see him quite quickly. Don't take no for an answer from him. Don't be put off by, oh, well, let's do it later or let's do it next year, because your destiny is bringing in, between now and this coming September, a love that is going to be regarded as the permanent person in your life that you can rely upon. So you're falling in love.
Do you think it's him or a different person?
Well, you have two different pathways. This is why I'm saying you have to put a time limit on him, because destiny is giving you another shot, is giving you a plan B if plan A fails. I think, yes, there's every possibility that it's going to be him, as long as you go and see him, you talk it through, you challenge him, you say, look, come on, what are we doing here? Is this a relationship? Are we going somewhere or aren't we? Sometimes you have to really establish where you are and be definite, and because that's you anyway, that's who you are, that's what you're like. And it's a really great trait of yours to be able to be straightforward, easy to understand. You don't want to be messed around, but of course you've got hope and you've got feelings for this man and you care for him, because it's been a long-standing dialogue between the two of you. But you need so much more than that. It needs to be getting you into a physical relationship where you're close by, and that's what destiny and fate, whatever you want to call it, your future is bringing to you. It's bringing to you a man who is local, who is on your doorstep, who is around you, ready to love you. And that's what you are going to feel is so captivating about this year. And it's an exciting time. You forget about the past. I mean, it's gone. It's history. It's your history. You've got some great memories, but some bad ones too. So balance it out. But you've still got this battle. And that's what I said to you from the cards, that it's a wonderful new beginning, but there's another battle to fight yet. And I feel that this is...
Yeah, we had a fight. We had a fight like about 2 weeks ago. And we're talking, we're not talking, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, so it's sort of breaking down a little bit, isn't it, for you? And I can understand that, because now you need to have some answers, don't you? You want to know if this is going anywhere and what you're doing. So don't back down. Just continue to challenge, continue to ask those questions, because they're important.
Do you think he'll reach out to me?
I do think he will. And I also think that you have somebody else that will as well. There are two men here. And that's a great position to be in because it can give you
it is.
great position. And that's what I see. I think the battle is there with him, and you've got to go through that. You've got to get to the other side to see whether you want to carry on, to see whether you actually want to have this long distance relationship and where is it going to go. So you've got to ask that question, where is this going to go? And if you're not happy with any of the responses that you're going to get, then you need to say, look, do you know what? I feel that I may just slightly turn a corner here and look at some alternative propositions. And there are invitations coming towards you, Carrie, and you have opportunities that are there for love, for romance, and for friendship. So look at all of those levels of emotion. Go for friendship first. That's always the best option. But this is a man who's local to you. I do also have a lady in spirit with you. I have to tell you that. She's come in. She's like a grandmother figure, but I feel that this may be your mother as well. There's a name as well beginning with C. I want to go to Claire or Clara. I'm not sure if that's for you, though. It may be for another caller. Do you have anybody in spirit with that name, first of all? Let me ask you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Carrie, it may be that Spirit is trying to say your name because you've got...
Yeah, right? It's close to my name, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and I've just been told by my producer that both of my callers begin with C. So Spirit are coming in. They are diving into my show here today, which is great. Is your mother in spirit, is she?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
That's her. It's her. She's in. She's come in. She wants to say hi. Did she like horses as a lasso? It's like, somebody's a rodeo or something. I mean, I don't know anything about that because I'm in the UK. We don't have rodeos, things like that here. So did she do that? Was she interested in horses and lassos and stuff like that? She was. Great. Well, she's giving you that there, Carrie. And the big C is for you. So much love for you, sweetheart. Really, really is. And I just want you to take that next turn into your future and don't be worried about who you're going to meet because there's millions of people on this planet and there's one for you. So I'm going to wish you the best and thank you so much for coming into the show and for your mum.
Thank you.
And her lasso as well. That's great. It's fantastic. Okay. On to my next caller now. Hello. Who am I speaking to next? Hello, is that Chris? Hello, Chris. Hi. And you're another C, aren't you? So Spirit of with you. Okay, so Spirit are with you as well. Now, Chris, immediately that I connect to your voice, I'm seeing a man in spirit who seems to be quite a younger man. I feel as though he's related to you, but not closely related to you. So there's extended family members and ancestors that are coming through. You are also, Chris, a very spiritual lady because I have angel souls, it's like wings here, and I'm seeing angels all around your name. So you are speaking to loved ones passed over. You are connecting to goddesses and to wonderful spirits as well who are coming close to you. And I do feel that this is a very precious time for you as well. Do you feel that yourself, Chris? I mean, do you meditate? Do you have that sense of being able to speak to those loved ones who have passed over, as I would, as a medium would? Is that something that you do already or that you want to do? Because what I can say to you is that you certainly have the ability to do that. There is this wonderful sense of peace within you. You've got a quiet mind. Now, does that resonate with you? Does that make sense to you?
I did a lot of that when I was younger.
Okay.
And then I guess as I got older, I kind of
I don't know if I just talked myself out of it.
Yeah, you get on with your life, don't you? I mean, life takes over from these things, but I think it's coming back. So I'm going to give you that because there's a wealth of wisdom that's already within you. And I think you are going to express that, Chris, within the next few years, whenever you're ready, but it's ready for you. So I need to give you that message. And the man that is standing here, this sort of younger man, he may be a brother, an uncle, but he's to the left of you. So he's somebody that is not directly in your line of ancestry. I feel as though there's a Johnny or Jonathan that is around you. Do you recognize that name?
No.
Okay. I'm going to give that to you then because it's an important connection. Sometimes a name is shouted out to me that isn't somebody who's passed over, but a name that you have to recognize as perhaps being a signal for you or a connection, like a mentor, a signal from a physical person that gives you a direction. So you're taking a new direction. And I feel that that's very important. So look out for Jonathan, Johnny, big changes that are in your life. Have you gone through that already? Because I feel as though everything's closed down in order for it to re-emerge. So a bit like the phoenix, you're really pushing yourself again. Is that what's happening to you?
It's been a roller coaster ride. Like it's I keep reaching out because I need change. I keep hearing and being told that there's change, there's something good coming. And I guess I'm kind of at the point where it's like, okay, prove it. When? And I see angel numbers all the time. And it's irritating. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's why.
And it's just like, please be clear.
Okay. Well, that's why I see the angels around you all the time. And why they are there, and they're lifting you up, and they are about to show you really what is happening in your life. It's quite dramatic. I feel that there's going to be sudden news, sudden shocks and tremors, and a bit like earthquakes around you, not physical ones. Don't be scared. I'm not predicting anything that is going to happen to you. These are circumstantial elements that are very, very clearly indicated to you by angels with all the angel numbers, but also from your cards here. Let's just see what's in the crystal, because I'd like to set some protection around you as well, which is what I'm doing now with this crystal. I also have influences being very particular, very special. I've already given you this Jonathan, the Johnny Jonathan. He is there, but there's a Stephen as well. So there's two people that I feel that you will encounter. They're on your pathway, and it's for you to really maneuver your situation, I feel, very, very strongly. I'm going into a different sphere here. You're about to take a leap of faith. So I think that you're changing everything around you. I think everything is going to change. Your home, your work, your friendship base, your relationship as well. Have you just come out of a relationship here, Chris?
No, actually, I have a very strong marriage. Great. Job was not great. It was an awful experience that I dealt with for a very long time.
Oh, dear. Okay. There is certainly a massive shift, and it will affect your whole life where you are, and how that is going to sort of come into your existence is one of those questions that you're asking the angels all the time. And I do feel that it's a transition, but it's your transition, it's your journey, and it's about how you are going to overcome obstacles now that are facing you. And those obstacles are really easy. It's a walk in the park, but sometimes we can imagine that everything is so much more difficult than we think. So look at here, Chris, at clearing your mind, clearing your thought process, and just having a quiet mind. You do need to meditate. You do need to bring that back, because there's too much worry and anxiety that's going on around and around in your head. And this is making you fearful of all the things that could happen and all the things that might happen. And yes, there is change, but it's controllable change. You are in control of everything that happens in your life. There isn't any mystery to it, and there's no mystery to you either. Now, one of those angels that surround you is an archangel, and I feel that that's Raphael, the archangel of Raphael, who is making things happen and is bringing in prosperity and some opportunity for you to bounce over your career. I think that you should be working for yourself. There is a self-prophecy here where you are able to understand a lot more than most, and that you can retrain, redirect your mind, your brain, your physical being into becoming somebody new. And that's exactly what you're going to do. And it's part of the changes that surround you here. So when we have this amazing opportunity, it's time to take it. It's time to be open-minded and think, okay, I'm just waiting now at the train station. I'm going to get on to the next train. I'm going to make sure that I'm waiting at the stop, the right stop, to be able to take that next journey. And that's what's happening to you. And your life and your fate and destiny at the moment is being molded to suit you, to suit your wishes and to suit your pathway. So cosmic orders would be a great way for you to go forward and to really ask in many, many forms of the universe exactly what it is that you're wishing for. Your marriage is safe. It's not about emotions, relationships, or love. It's about a physical change of direction that you need to make happen. But it's more about you, Chris. It's more about you being in charge and actually demanding more from yourself and more from life. Now, I'm just going to take one last card for you, because I feel that you have abundance, but sometimes you just don't know what it is or where it's coming from. And it's here. I've got the Three of Cups. So this is a time scale. Now, if you can see that there we are. It's the Three of Cups card. It's about looking at a future placement, perhaps in the next 3 weeks, 3 months. Life will turn around. Life will be good for you, Chris. Well, thank you so much for coming on to the show. I wish you all the best. And if you want any more information, psychic reading or an email reading, you go through to gracedestiny.com. That's my website. See you next week. Bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
everybody. Welcome to the show. It's great to be here tonight. I hope everybody had a great week. Hope everything is going well. And happy Canada Day for all the Canadians out there. This weekend, on Monday, we celebrate our birthday, which is always exciting. And, you know, interestingly enough, I'm in Halifax. So surprise, surprise, we're having like a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun. I'm hoping sun on Monday so we can see the fireworks. Because, we like to celebrate with fireworks too in our country. So fingers crossed, everybody, that everybody in Canada gets some nice sunny weather for Monday.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Judith Miller in Spirit with Judith Miller. Judith Miller. Live from Miller.com/Judith-Miller. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Judith Miller and Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me. I see there's a bit of a delay on the internet. Not sure why that is, but please bear with me. So it's good evening here and good morning to those across the water. I'm Judith Miller. I'm a spiritual physical medium. I'm also an empowerment and transformational coach, spiritual practitioner, therapist, and coach. And I also do healing and with spiritual surgery. So I want to thank you for joining me on the start of this. Is a very much a new journey for me with this part. And I wanted to say thank you very much for joining me and being a part of this journey with me. So I wanted to explain a little bit of how I work with spirit and introduce myself for hopefully each week I get to speak with you and you will enjoy the show. I was trained, I live in Ireland, by the way. I live in Belfast, Northern Ireland, on the island of Ireland, very much the Emerald Isle, as everybody knows it. So it's really lovely to join you all tonight and be part of this. It's lovely. So I wanted to explain a little bit of how I work with my spirit team. I work quite differently in the sense that I was trained by spirit in all my physical. And anybody who does know me knows it's the most beautiful experience you can have. Not only do our loved ones want to reassure us that they are very much still around us, can communicate with us, but they can also interact physically with us. I never choose the spiritual because it's not my messages or it's not my place. I'm always very spirit-led and I always go by what spirit would like to do. So when I make a connection, everybody gets the opportunity. Normally, everyone will have the opportunity to experience some form of physical. It might be to hold your loved one's hand, might be for your loved one to physically close your hand and hold tight. Sometimes it's been a while since we've connected physically with our loved ones, and it means so much, not just to us, but also to our loved ones. So I would say to experience that is a gift. It's not myself, if I can put it that way. I don't say, oh, look, this is what you're going to experience. It's very much each person experiences it physically themselves. So there's no disputing that it's actually happening. So your loved one might want to move a pen, a pencil, a mug, photographs, whatever they choose or they know this close by you, they will ask you to put it in your hand. It could be a balloon. They might burst the balloon in your hand. They might push the mug off your hand. They might move the pen or pencil in your hand. I've done quite a lot of different objects around people's homes. But it's not, the difference being is it's you feeling it, it's your hand, and it's you that's experiencing the physical in front of your eyes. So not only is your loved one passing those beautiful messages to you, you're also physically interacting with your loved one once more. And yes, it is in a slightly different way, but I have to say it is the most beautiful healing experience. It brings a lot of love and it brings a lot of peace within, because not only do we resonate with the messages and the guidance or the memories that our loved ones want to share, they very much go out of their way to show you they are there. They might open your cupboard doors. They might turn your water on. They deliver feathers live from heaven. Again, I don't choose. And it's important that I don't choose, because it should never be taken away from your experience. The whole point of how I work, Spirit very much trained me. I do it like this. As I'm talking to you, I'll give you messages, but I also will then help with the physical. So I'm excited for you to try that, because I do work very differently. I don't go into trance. I stay completely coherent as I am right now. So I look forward to sharing that with you. And even if you're not the one who has been able to get through on each occasion, to hear somebody else and what it means to them is the most beautiful. It's reassuring, even if we aren't successful in that one time, doesn't mean to say we won't on the others. So I also am recognised by the Complementary Medical Association worldwide. So I wanted to say that holistic side of health is getting so much more out there. So much more out there. We tend to let the mind take over. And when we can allow the mind to slow, we can do a lot of things. The mind is a powerful tool, but we don't always use it in a way to benefit us. Sometimes it can go against us. So I always explain to people, we just have to ask for help from our loved ones and guides, and we will always receive it. But we must believe in what we're asking for. I work with a team of 4 spiritual surgeons. I'll be honest, I very much was not expecting that. I wasn't even expecting to work in the physical mediumship in the way that I do. But I'm grateful, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because we have to heal on a spiritual level to help us on a physical level. We can help different conditions, we can help heal with spirit, but when we're working purely on the physical vessel, it's like putting a plaster and you're covering something up. We have to get to the root of the cause. And sometimes spiritual surgery is necessary, but it is not painful. And again, it's very healing. So when we talk about the mind, we talk about going to the subconscious, because the subconscious is where we can help connect in with people on a higher level, in the sense they let go. So to heal the physical, we must heal the spiritual. So both go tandem together and together. So I wanted to say that some weeks, spirit, my voice will go. It's not me, it's spirit. I will just continue to talk. And if my voice tends to go, it will either be to a loved one, or it will be because spirit are wanting to bring guidance forward. Again, when spirit want to talk, they just use my voice box. They don't need the rest of me. They don't need the rest of this body. They just need my voice box. So I will always allow, because I am truly, truly grateful that I know I work very uniquely, but I have my spirit team to very much thank for that. And my journey is amazing journey. We have ups and we have downs, but I've also learned through life experiences, and I'm not exempt from anybody else. I have been through some quite hard times in my life, but they taught me very valuable lessons. And because of that, I chose to help others. And I learned that when we help through the spiritual way, it is so much simpler, and people really get that benefit. So I hope you enjoy your journey with me, and I thank you for joining me. And I'm looking forward to this part of the journey together. So I am. So I see we've got Gina from Frederick in Colorado. Hi, Gina. How are you?
I am doing very well. How are you?
I'm grand. It's lovely to connect with you, Gina. Thank you so much for calling in. Gina, would you like me to connect and see who's here for you, please?
Yes, please.
Certainly. I want to talk about a father figure. I want to talk about a gentleman, and I want to talk about heart. He talks about heart. He's around you a lot, and he talks about spades and digging. I feel he wants to talk about garden. He's just said yes. He wants to talk about the garden. He liked gardening. It was a calm place for him. It was a nice place that brought him into his own thoughts. Do you understand there's a grandfather figure around you?
A grandfather. I had two pass away, three pass away actually, a step grandfather.
Okay.
So
okay, but I also feel
them.
Okay, thank you. Do you understand? I also want to talk about your arm. Okay, arm. If it's not your arm, it's someone who has come forward with arm. They talk about arm. Someone has hurt their arm recently, and I want to say it's a muscle. It's to do with a muscle. And it kind of flares up back and forth and gives a little prop. I want to say tennis elbow, but it's like tennis elbow. Can you understand that, Gina?
Not really. I mean, my elbow was hurting yesterday, but I just thought I'd stop it moving.
No, well, there you go. They will always be around us. They always know how we feel. And even if we aren't realizing and we've never met them, or, they know how we feel. They know what happens. But I want to say the arm is going to give more problems. Okay. And I feel it's what we would call here in the UK. I don't know what it's called in the US, but I want to say like tennis elbow. I feel it will give more problems, but it's muscular. It's to do with that part of the arm. Okay. Okay. You call it the same thing. Great job. Okay. So do you want? Can I ask? Do you understand? I want to talk about a cancerous condition, or Mont's Place condition. I want to talk about a cancerous condition, and I want to talk about a lady, and I want to go back into spirit. Okay, there's a lady in spirit coming forward, and she's making me aware of a cancerous condition. And I want to say, do you understand when we pass messages that'll either be could be for yourself or your partner or within your family circle? But I want to say, Mum.
And it was about what now?
When we pass messages, when we're receiving messages, we bring us, our family, our partners, or within that circle of friend, our connection. But I want to bring you to Mum, and I want to talk about cancer condition, please, or zodiac. I want to talk about a condition.
Okay.
Are we there, Gina?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
And I want to talk about the month of September. The month of September is very relevant. They're making me aware. And okay. Gina, are you happy to, I'm going to ask, are you happy to experience the physical?
Experience the what?
The physical interaction with your loved ones in spirit?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand? I want to talk about the gym, and I feel somebody can select to extreme, either do it like too much or too less, but they go in bunch of time like that. They will go at it for quite intense, and then they take a break, and then they go back at it quite intense. Do you understand the message? I'm being told to slow down. Okay. I have to say to slow down. I want to talk about the lady in spirit. She's talking about birthdays, and she's singing the song Hallelujah. I feel she was quite faith was important to her because she sang, but also she had quite a sense of humor, a very uplifting personality. And it was like, she would have joked, did she say hallelujah if somebody finally got something or got that message?
So are you saying my mother? Because my mother is alive, or who is my grandmother?
There's a mum figure coming forward, and she's just said to me,
it could be
hallelujah.
My aunt.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be my aunt.
Okay. She's the lady that's talking to me. There's a gentleman here, but the lady is the one who's doing the talking, okay? And she is talking about, did she play tennis or do you play tennis?
No.
Okay, I keep getting referred to the tennis. I'm not sure if she's taking me back to your tennis elbow or if there's a connection with the tennis, but I'll continue on, okay? So if you just relax your arms, okay? If you put your arms nice and relaxed on your thighs, your palms facing up, and you choose, okay? And do you understand the song Love Me Too? You know I love you. I think that's a Beatles song. Love me too. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm not a good singer, but that's the song she's singing. And it's important that I give that message to you. And she's talking about a memory of fireworks.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's talking about the 4th of July. Things has changed. Families not as connected as what they were, more separated, more divided. Do you understand, Gina?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if you just relax, and I'm going to help. Do you understand the name Martha?
And what was that?
Martha. Like it sounds like Martha to me. Martha.
No.
I want to give you the Martha. Okay. I want to also talk about June, and I want to talk about the month of March. Okay. They're very relevant. I'm being told birthdays. Okay.
Yes.
And also there's an anniversary in June. Okay, so let me see. You link in and I'm going to pass the messages, and if you just relax, I'm being told grandmother. Okay, she's just validated the sentence there. So I want to let you know that I'm going to link in and we'll chat as we're going, and we're going to see if she's going to close the hand or lift the arm, but there'll be no mistaking because it's happening to you. Okay? Okay. I'm just linking in. So what I do is I channel my energy with your loved one. So I share my energy and I hold the space for them to use my energy and to help connect and physically interact with you, okay? So I want to talk about your arm. So your arm's going to get a little bit light, okay? So if you just relax that, don't be worrying about it. I also want to talk about dancing, okay? Dancing. I feel somebody, it's not ballroom dancing, but I see somebody went like to go dancing. But I also feel that they have like a number on their back. So like would they have competed? I feel somebody competed in a dance. Do you understand, Gina?
Yeah, it could be my Aunt Esther. She used to go to the dances.
Okay, because she's showing me, it's the bottom half. I'm seeing them dancing around, and she's quite quick on her feet. So she is.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you understand? I want to talk about a brother. There's a young man coming forward. Now, spirit always show themselves in the way that they want to. It could be when they were younger, but not necessarily the age they pass. And I want to talk about teddy boys. Okay. And I feel like this is an uncle. There's an uncle in spirit who would have been like a teddy boy. Do you understand, Gina?
Yeah.
Okay, because he's coming forward. And I feel he had to do with the heart. Okay. And he talks about smoking, but I have to say about the heart. But the lady is the grandmother who's going to lift your arm. Okay. And you will feel it getting much lighter. Okay. The more you relax, the more it will feel like your arm's not there, but you know it is. It's just grandmother. Okay. I also want to tell you to watch out for a white feather. She leaves them regularly, but she says no one realizes who they're from. They're from her. Okay. And I want to say mum's side of the family.
Okay.
She's just said yes. Okay, now let's see if we can move this arm or we can make it lighter for you as we go. Do you understand? She's talking about childhood memories and she's talking about bad dreams, scared of the dark. And I'm also being shown like a barn. And I feel it was like, I want to go back to like childhood, like the fun. People would have had fun in the barn and there was like cousins and, there was different family members, but it's very different now. She says it's very different now. And she also explains that the table's not the same. And I feel it's the table she's setting for Thanksgiving, like, or for the 4th, like celebrate, I want to say the 4th of July. And excuse me, because I'm over in Ireland, so in the north of Ireland, so I don't know everybody's traditions. So I don't know if it would have been a big family dinner get together around the 4th, but I have to say about the 4th, okay? She talks about the 26th of September, very, very relevant, 26th of September, and she brings in an anniversary. And she's talking about it would have been a milestone, okay? Can I ask, is your arm starting to get a little bit lighter, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you just relax and just keep that relaxed, she's going to lift it, okay? So I'm going to help her lift it. Okay. I'm going to run out of time because of my introduction. So what I want to say is you can know that feel her, should I say, feel her. Know she's around you and know that she's never going to leave, okay? All around you. But thank you for connecting. Sorry, I didn't get to finish everything, but as I go, I'll soon find the rise of it all. But it was so lovely to meet you, Gina, and please take care, love, and know that slow down, okay? The focus is on you, slow down. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. So guys, you can get me on TikTok as Medium1111, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and my website, of course, will be on the site. So thank you for joining me. And I truly, truly hope that we can go forward on this journey together. And yeah, thank you. You have been fantastic. And I'm truly, truly grateful. Thank you.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Diane Jarecki, and this is Readings by Diane. You can find me at my website, my Buy Me a Coffee, both of which are under Readings by Diane. So is my YouTube channel. And then on Instagram, you can follow me at Readings by Diane 603. Because I had to designate New Hampshire. I'm not the only Diane. Anyway, oh my goodness, summer's finally here. And so it's getting hot out. And I'm like really enjoying my life right now and having a great time. This is my season. I am a summer baby. And so summer, my husband is dying of the heat, and I am trying not to freeze in the air conditioning because I'd rather be out there where it's hot and sunny and bright. Anyway, I don't have Wi-Fi to do the show out there, or we'd be outside right now. So I've been doing some interesting things on my YouTube channel. If you want to follow me over there, I have a series on the Lenormand cards that I read. And I have a cartomancy series where I'm using the Tarot de Marseille and the playing cards and doing an educational series there. I have a new video that will go up tomorrow. Will be the second installment on the trump cards now that I have finished all the pips and the courts. And so there's a lot of educational stuff, and I'm also starting to do some deck reviews. So come join me over there. Follow me and feel free to interact. I love comments when people are watching my videos. I like conversations with cards. And I just love reading the cards. It's why I do what I do, because I'm very tactile and I love to read them. I love to shuffle them, and I love to interact with people and help them. And so today, we'll see what I can do to help Janine. And you're in New York. Hi. How are you?
Hi. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well, Janine. Thank you.
I forgot to mention when I spoke to whoever was just on the phone, they were going to do for me and my mom, Barbara, as well, because today's her birthday, and they said they could do both, and I didn't mention it just now when he spoke to me. I didn't get a chance to.
Okay, and I'm only a 15-minute show, half-hour show. What they might be doing is doing you in two different shows back to back. Typically, I only take one caller.
Okay.
So if she's also on the phone, they may just keep you on the line when we switch shows. I'm not sure how they're going to work that. Okay.
Well, I'm saying I didn't tell them in on the phone, but when we was sending the messages through the messenger, they said they would do both. But okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just got confirmation because the gentleman that was speaking to you on the phone is the one that's on the background here. So I'm just reading you. Okay. And then your mom will be on the next one, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So what would you like to take a look at today for you, Janine?
I had a few questions. I don't know if you do that. I'm mostly concerned with stability, my housing, financial. I did have a couple of questions, like direct questions. I don't know if you do that.
Okay, so it depends. If I do an overall of of your housing situation, then I would be pulling the tarot. If you want a couple of really quick readings, and we need to really decide this fast because it is a limited time on the show, then I can switch to playing cards because they're like quick and dirty readings.
Okay, I guess if you want to answer, I have like 4 questions. So I think if you want to do it that way, then.
Okay. All right, we can do that. I will roll with this for you, Janine. Okay, so ask your first question. We're going to do these one at a time, okay?
Yes. I would like to know if everything is okay where I'm living now, with my current housing situation, that, everything is okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you were good with the switch to the playing cards, because for multiple questions in a short period of time, that is the absolute best route for me, is to switch to this. Okay.
Yeah, it made more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting. We'll start with the fact that we go here from the 3 to the 9 of diamonds, which tells me that the good energy there is increasing overall. Okay.
Yes.
But what you're feeling there, so I always leave my jokers in because they're a surprise card, and I have a positive or a negative surprise, and this would be my negative surprise in this deck. Okay. And I feel that this is from somebody who may be in charge of things. So I don't know if this is a landlord or a boss or a spouse, or it's somebody that influences the situation. So I do feel there's something coming, all right, that is not that good. But because I feel this is, there's somebody that mayhaps kind of has it out for you with the 4 of spades there. But in the end, we come back to the 2 of hearts. So we come back to the red. And so I feel things are actually going to end up working for you, but I also, I'm seeing the need for kind of a new start and a change coming in. All right. So I feel like your current situation, is your rent being increased?
Well, that does happen, yeah. In our situation with our housing, low-income housing, it keeps going up for some reason.
Okay.
I live with my mom, and my mom and I, maybe the tensions are with me and her that you're seeing, or unless it is a authoritative thing like my housing, where I live and stuff, the management or
things. But I feel there are some things that are going to have to change. But I do feel that overall, things are going to end up working out for you well in the end. So don't be surprised if your current situation, you go through a little bit of stuff. It's going to work out. Okay.
Great. Okay. I think I should change the house too. Huh?
So what is your next question, Janine?
Should I go ahead with my broken arm lawsuit or not? Like, will it be in my favor or not? Like, should I not go through all that?
You know what? That is a legal question, and I'm not an attorney. I cannot give you legal advice, and you're asking me for legal advice.
Well, no, I'm just saying I don't think it's worth it all the aggravation in case I'm not going to win. So I was just curious if it was in the cards, positive or negative.
Okay. I can look at an energy of the situation, okay, but this does not in any way, shape, or form constitute legal advice, and you really should consult with an attorney regarding the case and stuff too, and get a professional opinion. Okay?
Yeah, I have one. I have an attorney.
Okay.
I do. Yeah, the energy.
Yeah, but the energy. All right. So energy-wise, we start out 9 of hearts to the Jack of clubs and 4 of hearts. So things kind of go downhill. I feel like at first that there was really good energy for this. It does kind of seem to be going downhill for some reason.
Yes.
I feel other players involved may have malefic intentions because we come into a lot of blacks here with the clubs and the spades. All right. Yeah. The spades, especially at the 9, is kind of a really high negative energy, and then the Queen of Spades. So I feel like if your intuition is telling you that it may not be worth it, I mean, the Ace of Hearts, I feel like you have to follow your heart on this more. Okay. And that you may need to decide if it's time to put an end to this because of the stress that it's causing you because of the 10 of Spades. So if this is causing you a lot of stress and aggravation to go through it, it may not in the end be worth it. All right?
Yes.
But like I said, I would definitely consult with your attorney before deciding whether or not to drop the case. All right?
Okay. Well, I've been talking.
I'm going to have to just go ahead and pull, I'm going to pull a few oracle cards for you for an overall message, but I don't have enough time left to go through like a full answering a question.
Can I ask 2 more questions, like briefly, or you want to do the overall thing?
I'm going to have to do the overall thing. I'm running out of time for questions.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, It's a limited time show. So that's why I thought maybe this whole overall thing, let's see what message Spirit has for you, for your overall situation. Okay? And so overall message is figuring out what's fair. Okay, with the to be fair. Remember that all that not gold, fair. I feel that speaks to your, to be fair was the first one. All that glitters speaks of like everything is not all about money all the time. About hanging in there, going the distance, but peace. Do what you need to do to lessen that stress in your life and find peace with everything. Okay, Janine? I feel like this is what you need to do at this point, is to possibly disengage from some things. Find your place of peace. All right? And happy birthday to your mom, please, for me, okay? And thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. It's great to be here tonight. I hope everybody had a great week. Hope everything is going well. And happy Canada Day for all the Canadians out there. This weekend, on Monday, we celebrate our birthday, which is always exciting. And, you know, interestingly enough, I'm in Halifax, so surprise, surprise, we're having like a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun. I'm hoping sun on Monday so we can see the fireworks. Because, you know, we like to celebrate with fireworks too in our country. So fingers crossed, everybody, that everybody in Canada gets some nice sunny weather for Monday. But yeah, so I was thinking, hey, what can we do tonight? Like, what's going on? Well, what's going on is July 1st, new month. What's July going to bring for us? I thought, let's pull a few oracle cards before we get a caller, and then maybe just a few cards to see the theme of July is going to look like for all of us. But for some reason, I was drawn to pull some of these Earth Magic Oracle cards. These are beautiful cards, beautiful artwork. And yeah, so interestingly enough, first one I'm drawn to talk about right now is the fog. And it's called Veiled. And this is really interesting because it's usually comes when a decision needs to be made and we're just kind of not sure where to go. Like, should we go this way? Should we go that way? Or somebody's brought something up to you, maybe a proposal, and you're like, well, I'd like to do it, but I'm not quite sure that, you know, what the details are because things just look a little foggy. So that might be something that comes up even in the month of July. I was just talking about July. So if something of a proposal comes or a decision has to be made and you're just not clear about it, just sit with it a while, use your intuition, and maybe ask somebody for a little bit more details if you have to ask for like a little bit of advice. You know, if you have to go to an expert and ask for advice, then do that. Yeah, so just a couple more cards because I'm just curious. I didn't do any readings for myself yet or get any from anybody else for the month of July. So what's it gonna look like for the collective out here, Spirit? What is July gonna look like for us? Let's see. All right, well, right from go, it looks like it's going to be fast month. We got the number 8 here. It's called Accelerated Motion. I love this card. It is fast moving. It can mean that there's communication coming in. And you will tarot, this would be the 8 of Wands. But in the picture on this card, for those that you can see, those of you can't see, there is a lady and she's looking at a star in the sky. And this card always feels like to me that, you know, your wishes are coming true. The 8 is all about abundance. So it always feels like a manifestation card to me. So maybe something that we've manifested, something we've been waiting for, some sort of abundance is going to come into our life. The Wands are all about creativity and passion. So it could be a new relationship. It could be like you're getting that beautiful career that you've been asking for. But whatever it is, good themes, good start. When we will do some more cards for July next week when I'm on. Right now we have Helen in Buffalo. Hi, Helen.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Okay.
Okay, what can I do for you tonight, Helen?
Well, I just like to see what you see in the cards for me.
What's in the cards for Helen? Okay, right on. So just in general, hey, we'll see what's going on. I'll pull a few cards and then we'll dig a little bit deeper if we have to, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Right on. I was going to grab a different deck tonight, but Old Faithful, hey? Like, I love this deck.
Okay. I'm using a different deck.
Yeah, it's just one of my favorites, right? It's easy for people to understand this deck, which is really, helpful, right? It's not as too much.
What's your name again?
Cindy.
Oh, Cindy. Oh, I can remember that, Cindy. I know people named Cindy. It's an easy name to remember.
That's right. Okay. So what's beautiful about this, Helen, is like I'm asking the spirit world what you need to know, because I'm just doing a general reading for you. And the first card that comes out is the number 6, and it's victory and success. So victory and success is definitely on the way for you. The card that I picked right after it is material abundance. So this is, or material harvest, which is all about abundance, which, is you reaping your rewards of all your hard work. This would be like the 9 of Pentacles if you were using the old tarot, which is really always about a wish fulfillment. So not quite a surprise. So whatever you've been wishing for when it comes to maybe a little bit extra cash, some changes in your career, it's coming, right? And it's coming soon, I would say. And
I hope so. Mm-hmm.
I hope so too. Have you been manifesting it by any chance? Have you been asking the spirit world to bring that in?
Oh yeah, when the time's right, yes.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. They love that. That's like the favorite thing of the divine is divine timing. They're like, yeah, we'll bring it in when we believe it's the right time. That's awesome. So what this is going to bring in for you overall, Helen, is balance. The number, this is an 11, which we put into a number 2 because we have to go down to angel numbers. And balance is all about mind, body, and soul, right? This card really is like the ultimate balance in your life. And that's exactly what happens. So, if you're feeling a little short, feeling a little shy, and maybe in the finance department, and then, things come in and you're able to like get rid of some of those bills, or you're just able to go on vacation, or whatever it is that you're going to do with it, it really is going to benefit you.
Oh yes, I like to go on vacation. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. And you know what? Going on vacation is really rejuvenating. You know what I mean? Like, it gives you the rest, it gives you the recovery. It really makes you feel really good, and brings in a lot of balance. So if that's what you're looking for, I'm hoping that that's what you're going to get. I'm just going to pull a few more cards just to see what else is going on with you. This time I'm going to do like more of because I have some time. So we're going to do more of like a situation spread just to see if there's anything a little bit more specific that they want to tell you. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Oh, wow. Okay, beautiful. Okay. So interesting enough, the first card that I pulled for you was like, what's the situation? Like, what's going on with Helen? Is another number 2 card, and we have the sacral chakra. And the sacral chakra is really a feminine card. It's, that's the area where we tend to hold all our wounds and our sorrows and stuff. But it's also just really says that you're going to get what you want, because it's the I want card, right? Very much.
I hope so. I've been waiting a long time.
Yeah. You and a lot of people, right? You and a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
The world has been.
Oh, yeah, we all got to wait.
Been really messed up. So we're waiting for that, you know what I mean? That to come to an end. But and this is really good, because this is kind of in your challenge spot, is the hope card. You had to get another number 8, which is all about abundance. And them just really saying to you, don't give up hope, Helen. Don't give up hope. This card is beautiful. It's so bright. It's all about the spirit world saying, we're right here. We're going to give it to you. And the guidance for you is interesting, is number 4, which is building a firm foundation, which usually for me is always a sign of something that's definitely coming in. And when I look at this card, how we read cards is we're drawn to either the number, what it says, or the picture. And when I look at this card, I'm drawn right to that window. And that window means that when God closes the door, he opens the window. So definitely something coming in.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. But I have one question for you.
Sure.
Do you see my son coming home to live with me? And if it'll work out if he comes home to live with me?
I can try to do that.
Okay.
Quickly, I don't know if I'm going to have much time, but we'll do quickly finish this reading. So the obstacle is that there is healing. There's still healing going on. This is not really an obstacle. It's more like just a bit of a challenge. The 5 is all about change. So your son is probably still healing from everything that he's been through over the few years, right? So he'll just need
the last 12 years, yes.
There you go. So he's going to have to continue to get his therapy or, stay grounded, stay healthy, stay focused. But the guidance is the power card, which is strength, which tells me that between you and him, you all have the strength and the power to get through everything that you need to get through, which is really beautiful. And in the end, there is wisdom there, which is really, really nice. The number 5, all about change. And the wisdom, usually for me, when I see that, it sort of means the student becomes the teacher. So if he sticks to everything he's supposed to do, sticks with his healing, he will be somebody that will be able to mentor people and help them either get through that same situation or, do some really good things in the community. It's really, really positive, Helen. So, but of course, it's all about free will, and it's all about him doing and you guys working together to do the best that you possibly can. So thank you very much for calling. I really appreciate it. And I wish everybody, you and your family, the best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. All right, everybody, have a great week. Happy Canada Day. And I'll be back next Thursday. We'll do it all over again and see what's happening with more details about the month of July.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to start at the top with the astrology from in the big picture. I got to start with the retrogrades because they pack a bit of a powerful punch. We've got 2 planets joining Pluto in a retrograde, all going to the final degrees in a sense of their sign. We have 2 more planets by August joining them. Where do I begin with this energy, people? So I'm in Winnipeg. It's like a stormy day right now, so I'm feeling a bit stormy, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I'm teasing a little bit, but it is interesting energy. And so Saturn, which governs structures, Pisces, which governs the psyche, the psychedelic, the psychic, and we have a powerful new moon in Cancerian showing up, and it's really that dark night of the soul, emotional, really going within. And in the last, I gotta say, even in my own life, last 24 hours, it's been kind of a crazy ride of lots of other people's drama. And I'm like just trying to mind my own business. And so it's an interesting emotional, mental, structural things coming back, old power struggles, things that you can clear up, fix up, karmically pay off your debt, or just say heck no. So it's kind of up to whatever's coming back into your world. And that could be past relationships, jobs, people, houses, could be events, things that are coming back. And it's gonna sort of deepen into the 5th of July with that new moon. And then the corresponding Capricorn full moon, which is joining with Pluto at 29 degrees, which is really about clearing up some karmic emotional debt. So let's cover this with signs. Aries, sun, moon, rising. Again, listen to all 3 if you know them. And I'm using traditional Western astrology. I prefer whole health astrology, sidereal as well. But let's get into it. Aries, sun, moon, rising. Be careful of scandals. Be careful of being scandalous. I guess that's your MO though, for Aries, that you guys could be kind of like that. And that if you have any setbacks coming, they could be a bit unexpected. They could also the delay could provide you an advantage. And so whatever that delay or the recognition of what was being said maybe wasn't, maybe that's part of the scandal, people making promises they don't keep, people not following through on commitments that they've made, maybe you're getting ghosted, maybe there's all those kind of energies that surround some of this stuff. And I just say, let it roll like water off your back, keep your plans flexible and flowing, really get out there and enjoy the day-to-day tasks, getting around, things like that, because it can feel a bit like people are maybe trying to create some gossip or scandals, particularly in the work environment. Keep an eye out for that. Okay, and then we go into Taurus, sun, moon, and rising. Taurus, we've got a resurgence of things. You are feeling a bit revived, maybe getting back to your old self. Maybe you're like, nothing's knocked me down. I can keep going. And you might, and you've really probably tried to resist the temptation to give up in a lot of ways. And I just feel like things that have felt like heartache or difficulties, things that you've abandoned in the past, I feel like you could have opportunities to right some wrongs on behalf of others or yourself. of past abandonments, feeling abandoned at work, feeling abandoned by friends, feeling abandoned by different people. And I feel like you are going to have a chance to really address that and rectify that over the next 10 days or so, 2 weeks for sure. Okay, Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Geminis, remember to laugh, remember to play, remember to be playful. You might feel like things have been getting really serious in your life, and it's going to be time for you to play and just it's time to put things into trust, meaning that not just trusting people and trusting yourself, but also lining up things for your security, your money, your finances, getting documents, estates, plans, things that you're going to get into order. And that could be house papers, mortgages, anything where there's a commitment to your security. And this is an area for you that you're really going to find that it's going to go a long way for you, providing you relief, providing you a sense of security, a sense of safety, which is going to just go a long way for you to be able to let loose and go have some fun over the summer. Okay, Cancerians, boy, sun, moon, rising. I guess with this new moon, this is really a big reset button for you in a lot of ways about where you're going to put your time, energy, effort. No more people who drain you. You might be really just standing up for yourself and saying, I'm not going to, run around for people who are draining me if they're not going to reciprocate. And you could have had a bit of a disillusionment with people over the last while about what their commitments really are. And maybe they're not shoring up them. Maybe they're not reciprocating all those times you've been there with them. This could be a time of shrinking your commitments, shrinking efforts that you've been putting out there and really drawing them back to yourself and calling back your power in a big way. And certainly this new moon on July 5th will be a really powerful one for you guys in terms of some deeper resets coming for you. That you're able to really know where you want to lay your effort and time. Okay, Leo, sun, moon, rising, be careful about letting your inner roaring kitty cat come out, I guess. You could feel really triggered by other people's behaviors, energy. You could feel kind of triggered by how people are coming across. If you're in a protectant mode of your kids or your job or your safety or your prioritize. And so, sorry for technical difficulty. Hey, we're back. Look at that. Magic producers. I love it. Thank you, magic producers. So I feel like this is an interesting little turn of events, only because I keep freezing up with the feed. Part of it is that there's some serious thunderstorms that we're in the middle of all this electrical activity that's going on. And so if I keep cutting out, sorry, it's the will of the lightning. I have to surrender to it. Okay, and so I'm going to move on from Leo, Virgo, sun, moon, rising. We've got needing nourishment. What is feeding your soul, Virgo? What is it that you need? You can't spin your wheels too much longer. You can't keep going at full steam ahead, spinning your wheels trying to please everybody. You're going to have to figure out what is actually going to be nourishing for your soul and what do you need. And start consolidating those resources. Consolidate your time, your effort, your money, consolidating what you have, because I feel like this is going to be a time where you're going to really think about what's important to you. That maybe you're going to also address some of your vices. And so this will also come up for Virgos as well, really trying to better themselves in some way, be a better version of themselves. Maybe this is something that they've had on their mind for a while, but the power of the planets are behind you. Okay, and then we go to Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising. I feel like this is a time to turn away from anything that you've been a bit fearful about. This is a time to sort of just trust the universe. This is going to be a time for the next 10 days or so where you might feel imposter syndrome. You could feel like you're out of your comfort zone. You could have offers, opportunities, flattery. Maybe your crush is like, hey, finally coming around. And you could be feeling a bit, oh my, I wasn't prepared for this. Or, oh, this means so much more if I accept this offer or if I take this opportunity. Know that they are good opportunities. They're always, I feel like in the next while going to be in your greatest good. And so it's going to be a time for you to really going to have to conquer that imposter syndrome. You're going to have to conquer your fears about things, your suspicions about things. So you're going to have to be on top of that, Libras, because it's going to feel a bit like this is too good to be true. And so, I don't know, I say roll with it a little bit. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising. If I think of Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, this is going to be a time of renewal. This is your Phoenix time. Going to be rising up, particularly around your health, your well-being, your physique, your physical being in itself. That can include your financial security, your home, those types of things, and women around you. You could find lots of empowerment and things with women around you that feel quite camaraderie, support, and that you could be that person as well. Sagittarians, Sun, Moon, or Rising, being pliable, being flexible, being available, being present. You even might find that you're going to be able to anticipate people's needs. You're going to have a bit of prophetic extra sensory going on where you're going to be able to really jump ahead, think ahead, relate ahead in a big way. And so be careful for any impressibility or really bringing on other people's emotions and stuff, that this is something where you want to flow the energy, you don't want to hang on to it. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising, this is a time for you to use your might, use your strength, shine your light, don't be shy. You've got these powerful new moon re-energizing your house of partnership and really looking at the shadow side of things in relationship. And you've got two powerful full moons really shedding light on all facets of your personality, emotionally and spiritually. And I feel like this is a time where you could move up the hierarchy. You could become an advocate. You could be recognized in your community. You could have you could be poised to stand on the shoulders of giants. That's kind of nice stuff. Aquarian, Sun, Moon, and Rising, relationships come into the forefront. And that this is going to be a time that maybe you're making new friends, meeting new people, meeting new acquaintances, getting involved in new circles or groups, finding a really great time of creation. And that could be creative ideas, projects, logic, plans, a new way of looking at things. And you could be taking on new creative endeavors, which might absorb you and connect you to new circles of people. Then Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising, we finally get to our Pisces. And this is going to be a time of meeting and resolving and discussing and communications and coming together. And it's going to feel refreshing. And you could be a time where you're really connecting with your tribe of people, your like-minded people where you really feel a good sense of belonging. It could be delightful light romances coming through those avenues. You could be connecting with old friends, old lovers, things that pleased you from the past. You've got sort of a no-hold barred. So if you make a chocolate cake, don't eat the whole chocolate cake. There's no adults around to parent you on that. You might find that you can have some wild abandon with stuff, and be mindful about that, because it could be a really enjoyable spiritual kind of time, but it could also be a time of excess. And so just keep that in mind, Pisces. Sun, Moon, Rising. Excellent. Thank you. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'm going to go into my first reading, and we've got Mary in Hampton, New Hampshire. Hello, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
I am absolutely fantastic. My name is Bernice Bisson. I'm a psychic in Winnipeg. How can I be in service to you today?
No particular question, just anything you can pick up on this life and what's left of it.
Okay, let's explore. Let's explore. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, that's it. Just what I have to look forward to. And
okay, Mary, what's the day and month of your birthday?
January 22nd.
Okay. You're right at that cusp of Capricorn and Aquarius. So I'm going to say you are going to have opportunities. So if I think between now and October, there's something very much about your mobility, your ability to get around, there's something that I feel like if I thought of your lower back, your hips, something where you just have to be really mindful about between now and October, and it could wind up where you need some sort of therapy, physiotherapy, something just to be mindful about. You might, in the next 3 months, feel, and that could be sciatic, you might be feeling a real need to pull back, and a need that you might wind up looking at focusing on family. And it could be their care, it could be their needs, it could be being pulled in different directions with that a little bit. And I just feel like there is, you could be sandwiched with different bits of news. So I'm going to say in the next 19 months or less, I feel like there's going to be an exciting news of a birth of a child. And I feel like it's a new generation, a new generation to a young adult around you. I also feel like there is the care or concern of someone's health, and that there could be just where you could be advocating for them, navigating it for them, bringing them to appointments. So if I just think about the day-to-day people, places around you, between now and October, these things are going to pop up. If I go to, I mentioned pulling back a little bit, and I feel like that could be with work in some way. And I mean, we are going into summer, so if that was like summer holidays, I guess that would make sense. But there's going to be an opportunity for you to pull back a little bit. And in terms of income, working, what you're doing, and that's even over the next 3 to 5 months. And even though you might have maybe less dated like work to go to, you're going to feel busier than you ever did. You're going to feel like your days off might get filled up. Your time off or your time off work could get filled up pretty quick. With all kinds of stuff. And you'd be like, oh my gosh, I don't even need a job. I could like just do all my running around. It would feel like a full-time job. So there's a little bit of that that will be going on. There is the sorting, and this is very particular around the next 6 months or so. There's something getting sorted around finances and papers, finances, and that can include like a real estate transaction. And that there's something getting sorted out, and you're talking to another couple about it, and they could be like a sibling and their partner, or talking to like family. You'd be talking to them about it and sorting out some sort of, in a good way. And I'm going to say that there's something that gets sorted out by June. So within a year, I'm going to say even by June of next year, there's something that gets sorted out in terms of finances, money, this property that feels quite like taken care of business, like things are getting taken care of. And I do think that there's something good about that. I even feel like it could even start to take motion in October going forward. There is some travel that's going to come for you that's going to bring you to a coastline. And if that's the Atlantic coast, I guess I would accept that. But there seems to be, and that could just be, it could be at least a day's drive. And that could be in July. It seems to be coming up even in the next 2 weeks about a little bit of travel that could bring you to the coast. The Atlantic coast. I don't know if it could be the Great Lakes, but I don't know, they're big. It'd be big. I feel like it's the coast. I'm going to stick with the coast. I do want to go back to just talking about work for some reason. Maybe off. Can I ask you a question, Mary? Do you mind if I ask you something?
I don't mind.
Were you off work for a bit?
Yes.
Recent?
Several months.
Okay. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just started back. But yeah.
Okay. Do you have holidays saved up?
No, I'm just working a part-time job.
Oh, part-time. Okay. Because I was going to say, this isn't full-time. And I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like, so I feel like you're back at work and it's full-time, part-time. I feel like it'll be pulled back. Like, yes, part-time. So part-time would make sense. I feel like you're going to have a lot of things going on where you're still going to feel really busy with that. And I just want to say there's something that gets sorted out even in the 5 or 6 months. There's some chunky money or something getting transacted around money, which feels very resolving for you. And it feels pretty good. Okay?
Okay, great.
Okay, that's what I see in the next little bit. Thank you. And thank you for calling into A1R Psychic Radio. And we'll chat again in future.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Let's go to our next caller, and I've got Denise in Memphis. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fantastic. My name is Bernice, and I'm here to be of service to you. How can I help you?
Yeah, I had a question about as far as like my love life and job promotion.
Okay, love life and job promotion. Let's see what just shows up first. What's the day and month of your birthday?
September 8th.
September 8th. Okay. So I feel like 2024 and 2025, even starting your birthday coming up to your birthday in 25, is I'm going to call it a golden year for you. And this is why. September 8th, you're in an 8. If I add your birthday together, it gives me your karma number. 9 and 8 is 17. 1 and 7 is 8. 8 is my whole point. 8 is strength. You're just headed into that life cycle. Your birthday coming up. This year and next year are very key in a couple of ways. The first way is that in your house of commitments and partnerships, which literally govern your love life, like your long-term game in your love life and your long-term game in career, you have a set of 6 eclipses. It'll be Virgo, Pisces, Virgo, Pisces, Virgo, Pisces, that will reconstruct your career and your love life. And for Virgos, you might have already had taste of this since your last birthday, but coming this birthday, you literally, once these planets in Pisces go direct in the fall, you'll have the south node of karma moving into your sign and something called the north node of destiny moving into your house of partnerships and commitments. Ooh, I like that. Because that whole piece,
I know, right?
Oh, I like that. No, I do. I'm a Virgo rising, and I'm like, ooh, because bring new and unusual opportunities, and you've broken past karma around, fixer-uppers. You know what I'm saying? And you're moving away from feeling the need to always fix up. You're a high-valued human, and you're looking at yourself in the new eyes. And so this next 18 months, 20 months, so your birthday in 2025 is really key to you coming into your own, your self-actualization, things you've been wanting to manifest. You've got some things to put into place. I'm going to start with your career. You've got a couple of things to put into place with your career. There could be a brand new job start or role start. If it didn't just happen since your birthday, your last one, there's something popping up for you by your birthday, and there's some sort of commitment for you that you might have had to look at some sort of education or training tied to your career, tied to what you're doing. And I feel like there is some really good news popping up between the late August and April around your career, around job, because I gotta be honest, I mean, for you, it's really about your independence and your freedom. Working in a place where you're able to self-direct, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, Virgos don't like to be bossed around. So it's,
no,
they like to be the
no, we don't.
And if you're able to work closer to home, more towards home, closer to where you live, I feel like this is going to be a big sort of priority. And that the more you can work independently, I feel like the happier you're going to be within your role. But there's something really quite good for you. And you know, the other thing I'm going to say that just keeps popping up with me as I'm talking with you is that there's also something around you might work with in some way or attend to someone's elderly care, like elderly people. There's something about that that keeps showing up with you that you might wind up, you know, I see you standing in an old folks home, but it's not for you. It's not you in the old folks home, it's you're visiting or you're there. Okay?
Okay.
Now, I'm going to back up a little bit so there's something kind of exciting between late August and October. I'm going to say August 27th to about October 26th, those dates. There's something important about solidifying your work. Something gets very solidified. You're getting a yes, you're getting some sort of go ahead. Then, like a go ahead, like you know that it's stable, permanent, something important about that. And then in terms of your love life, you know, I'm going to use the word unpredictable. And the reason I'm going to use that is because people that you might have known for a long time or that you've invested energy in could disappoint you, my girl. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They could disappoint you. I feel like people that you didn't realize were rooting for you are going to surprise you. So in these ways, I'll say this. I feel like you might have some surprise choices. There is a really strong water sign that keeps popping up and a really strong air sign that keeps popping up around you. And I feel like there's something that you emotionally have to really work out with this water sign. There's something that you have to really, it's about maybe there's a lack of compatibility in schedules, timing, or how one feels valued. And I don't know that, and I feel like there's this other person that pops up that, you know, because I got to say, my little Virgos always have plan A and plan B. and you could be you could be surprised at who pops up as plan B. Plan A, this water sign energy feels a bit complicated at the moment, and that is going to require some evolution of emotionally from them and you about what do you want, what do you value. Okay, and this is those eclipse. Sorry?
Oh, I was like, does that look like it's leaning more towards an X?
It could, but you've got some emotional things to work out, the structure of the relationship itself. Okay?
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. So I hope you've all had an amazing week. So this week with the planets, we do have a lot of positive aspects this week. The main two, or mainly one negative that we have is we do have a square with Mercury and Venus, square the nodes. That's going to be there on the 1st of July with the both of them. So with that, that's going to bring about like thinking, I think it's like thinking about your life destiny, thinking about where you're heading, thinking about like, you have like, the node is about your life lesson. So I see it as about destiny, but it's also I feel like where you feel like secure, like a lot of questions about, life and why you're here. With Venus also squaring it, it's going to bring up about like the financial issues and relationships as well, like where you're fitting with relationships around you. We do have Saturn that's going to be going in retrograde for me it's the 30th, for outside the world it's 29th, and that's going to be retrograding until November. You might feel like things are starting to slow down with that transit. I feel like it's going to bring up some problems or some issues for you to face with that too. Now, for the positives that we have coming up here, we do have Venus and Mercury trying Saturn with Mars sextiling Saturn here. That's going to, I really feel that brings back a lot of resilience. Saturn is problems, but when we have tries, it's like things all work out. So we're able to talk away through issues that have come up. We are able to be quite resilient, be very creative when it comes to problems with relationships and finances. Again, we're able to see a way through it. We're like bouncing back. And I do see that being a really great positive transit. We've also got a sextile with Venus and Mars. So that's really helping you to break through limits with relationships or even like finance again. Venus rules relationships as well as money. So they are really good transits going to come in. We're going to have Mercury will be in try until the 2nd of July. So that will be quite good. But the Venus to Saturn and also the Mars, there's another one too, will be ending. No, so Mars to Saturn will be all week and Venus to Mars will be all week as well. So there we go, writing it down here. What I've got coming up here as well, I've got here, it's time to let go and go with the flow this week. I feel like this week is going to be about losing track of time. So I feel like possibility of like losing track of time coming up this week. It's not a time for ego, time to go with the flow. Like it's a good time to express how you feel with those tries with Mercury, because we've also got to try Mercury and also a sextile with that and Uranus. So that can bring about some unexpected news, and that will be positive news. Sextile, the positive aspects. So that's quite positive. Plus, you got to try with Neptune as well with Mercury, and that's really helping you to see if people are trying to deceive you to get through that as well. I've got here, it is time to make plans to move forward. Try not to be too sensitive this week. It's a time to speak up and explain your opinion. Time to open up to people around you. Question everything. And I feel like you're going to have a lot of questions about yourself with those squares to the nodes there. I feel like it's about like start and focus and face your problems here. It's a good week to sort out those problems that are coming up. Don't hide and face people. So I feel like it's a week of being social. Like be social, be brave, be yourself. It is I feel like this week's going to be quite positive. It's quite good since the way we've had in the past. So let's go to the caller today. So we have Tammy, who's in Port William, Ohio. So hi, Tammy, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, how can I help you today?
I would just like to know. I want some insight of maybe what's coming, I guess. Yeah, maybe in I don't know, my personal, like my relationship life.
Okay. Your father, he's still with us, isn't he? Like, he's still living?
No.
Oh, he's passed over?
No, he's passed over.
Yeah. Okay. I always get confused when I say I could hear Dad, and I said, and I got that I'm here, and I always get confused when I mean here, meaning as in living, or here as in with me here. Okay. Your dad could do, like, he was able to do, like, I can just see this man, he's saying Dad, and you know that thing that people can do where it's that trick where you rub your, I think it's you rub your head, but you pat your belly, the two different things. And it's hard. He's doing that. So I don't know if that's something that he could do, or it's a symbol of him being able to do like multitasking or different things, or able to separate things. But I am seeing him do that as well. He doesn't like nagging. He doesn't like nags. I feel like he's quite a happy man. Like he's a happy fellow.
It could be my father-in-law coming through.
Oh, okay. You can trust this man. He's telling me he's very trustworthy and that you can trust. And he's telling me that he's not greedy. He doesn't like negative or doesn't like people who are greedy as well. Yeah. But he treats you like he's all his own. So I feel like he does consider you as his daughter. Like he's putting you under his wing as well. Okay. It's just saying don't worry about other people. It's like you're very brave too. Okay, she's showing me a charm bracelet. I don't know if you have a charm bracelet or if that's anything about a charm. I feel like it's a gold bracelet, but it's a charm bracelet.
I don't know. That would be.
Okay.
I don't know.
So he did have a daughter, though.
I'm sorry.
He did have a. So if it is your father-in-law, he did have a daughter.
Did I have a daughter or did he?
No, him.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it's with her. I just feel like there's a charm bracelet that she had a charm for every different thing. And I just feel like there's someone.
Might be my daughter. He was really close to my daughter.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That may have been.
And showing me that. Look, he's just going to say, don't worry about anyone else and just listen to you. That's what he keeps on saying to me. Don't worry about anyone else. Just listen to you. What I can see for you, and I'm just doing the cards in the future, I do feel like there's a bit of infighting here. I feel like this is to do with family. So I do feel like there's a bit of infighting happening with family. It's kind of like you're against other people, but I feel like you do have like your partner. There is a male there, but I feel like it's your partner who's there with you. It's like. But it's like you love each other a lot. But at the same time, there is this like in between. To me, this is like an in between period, and it could be that you're moving, or even could be like going on travel because the cat's sitting on a suitcase here. But I just want peace and quiet. So it's like I'm ready to sort of move away to get some peace and quiet and away from challenging people. Because people feel like it's like a challenge. It's almost like a face-off here as well with people. And I just feel like they're nagging. I just feel like there's nagging around you, or they're nagging you, and you just need to. And I feel like it's like you're not careful, move away. That's what I kind of feel it's happening around you. I kind of feel like things are settling down for you more. February next year is when things are settling down and tables are turning. This man also, he misses you, but he misses everybody. He misses his family a lot as well. I just feel like when it comes to his wife, though, you got to stand up to her. Like it's like every inch she'll take a mile. With this lady, and it's like you got to stand up to her. But I do see this card is setting it up to me as well, and this is about there's like some sort of meeting that's coming up too. So I feel like this is about meeting or having to like discuss things with people. But I do feel like people need to sort of stay in their own lane or stay out of your business.
Okay. Yeah.
You have good, I feel like when I look at your actual family, so your immediate family, I feel like it's quite bright. Like I feel like you guys all get along. Like you have a good family.
Yeah.
So it's more the extended family that feels like it's sort of crumbling around you. But when I look at your family, I feel like you guys are quite strong together.
Right. Yeah.
Too. Look, I just feel like there is good times coming up. As I said, February next year is when things are settled, but at the same time I can see where don't get too caught up on things. I just feel like there's going to be times where you're feeling upset and just don't get too caught up with things because I feel like sometimes it's not worth it.
Okay.
Just look at the bigger picture. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
Okay. This man's just saying he loves you a lot. And if he can say hello to his son too. His son also needs to read the book, or he needs to. There's a book that your husband needs to read, look at as well.
Okay. I will tell him.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, guys. If you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook is the same. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic, and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube is Lady D or Denny or Psychic. You can find underneath that. I hope you have an amazing week ahead. And next week I'll be in Tamworth, so you'll see me on my way to Tamworth. I don't think I'll make it there when the show's on, but I'll probably be on the road somewhere. So which will be exciting. I'll find somewhere to pull over. Okay. So until next week, I will see you guys then. Okay. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights on A1R Psychic Radio. I am your host, Andrea Bacon. So today, before we start our spirit guide message, I want to share something with you real quick that I have available in my shop. So this is Mermaid Perfume Mist. And so as a lot of you probably know, plants and oils have a unique energy quality, and they can be used for personal transformation. So I make lots of perfumes and essences with it. This is mermaid spray, so it's really fun. It smells absolutely beautiful. The blend of oils that are in it, they're in a base of rosewater spray, and it's 8 ounces. And the oils are in it are blue lotus, which is amazing, sandalwood, Hawaiian sandalwood, frankincense, and vanilla. And my guys, my team, they give me like channeled information to make these sprays. So they give me the name, they tell me the oils to put in it, and it creates this amazing energy that you can spray in your aura. I have different like roll-on ones as well. It is available in my shop. The link is on my Facebook page. Okay, so for our message, we have from the Archangel Michael Oracle deck. We've got change is coming and the way forward is open. And when I was tuning into this, I was getting like a 6-month cycle. So some of you may have ended something about 6 months ago, last winter, early spring, something big like a relationship, a career, and also this could be starting something new, like going to school, training, certification, but whatever it is, I felt like it kind of put you in this energy of really kind of needing to take an overview of your life and make some big changes. And I feel like this really helped you in a lot of ways. And now the way forward is open. So keep that in mind over the next few months. Expect some big changes. And this is going to help you. Like, I feel like it helped develop your spiritual abilities even more. And so that's going to do something for you, some kind of new path. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we're going to go take a caller. Judy, Nashville, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Great. And now how can I help you today?
Just have had a lot going on in my life the last 6 months, and trying to see what my direction is that I need to be taking.
Sure. Let me tune in for you and pull some cards. So we'll get started with, I forget the name of this deck, but it's got a lot of really neat designs on it. Okay, so something in your environment is changing. It has to do with communication. We've got new beginnings and communications and having to do something in your environment. So this could be something about you expressing yourself in a new way, unless you're actually in communication, but a new beginning is definitely here. This card gives a lot of energy having to do with your foundation, feeling safe, feeling abundant in life, feeling stable in life. So this is like something in your environment is going to be changing and bringing in more stability. You might be starting to see after this reading the number 33 a lot. Okay. So we have commitments. Oh my gosh, we have two cards that both say new beginnings, but they're not being really specific. So I just had to show you because when you watch this later. So you definitely have new beginnings.
I hope so.
Okay, and then we have prosperity coming out, and we were just talking about abundance and your stability. So deepen your connection with your higher self, your spirit team at this time. They want to bring something into you. It's requiring you to kind of get still and really like feel what's coming up. Sorry, my hair is in my way. Emotional desert. So in the past, I feel like there was not acknowledging your emotions in some way, and that affected your way forward. So, okay, something to do with your family tree and legacy. And yeah, I feel like you have this spiritual awakening coming in because we've also got animal totems coming up, spirit guides, and ascended masters. This feels like leaving the past behind, something to do with family. Okay, so this could be relationship or this could be birth family, and connecting, even possibly connecting with Passover loved ones is kind of also what I'm feeling. So I don't know if that's something you're interested in doing, like mediumship or developing that in any way.
I am. That's what I'm trying to decide. I did mediumship when I lived in Georgia, but I moved to Tennessee and I did nothing with it. I just stopped. And I'm trying to figure that out. If it's meant for me to get back into that, or what?
I mean, it's coming up, and so always do what feels right for you. Of course, like if there's something telling you not to, but I don't think that's probably the case. I definitely think especially it's coming up the reading. You have done this in the past and are thinking about continuing on. I say that's definitely confirmation to do that because we have yet another card. It says something new. And so it feels like something new pertaining to your psychic and spiritual abilities, connecting with loved ones, leaving certain things behind in the past, and growing this new path for yourself. I feel like this feels really juicy, enriching, something that's really gonna fill your cup up. Tapping also Akashic Records readings, is that something you've thought about doing?
That, and plus I'm also a healer. And I've taken courses and gotten my certifications in that. There's so many certifications I had, but I just came here and lack of self-confidence made me stop.
Yeah, so working on that solar plexus chakra and the throat chakra with communication coming out is going to help with that confidence. It's going to help you, develop that expression, the self-expression. But you definitely are able to do it. I feel like there's some type of change that brought in a bit of a spiritual awakening for you. And it's putting you on this path to do this possibly. And with all this prosperity, I would say that it's something that you definitely can do and get paid for as well.
Okay.
It's a matter of continuing developing it and building the confidence. Because even people who are very confident, it's still before you get those that strong foundation, and it can be scary because you don't know if what you're saying is really accurate, and there's no way to know it until after you've said it. But that's just a matter of practicing it and getting more used to it. Of healing like water, like spending time near water, that is really healing for you.
Okay.
And something about reading. I know you said you studied, but something about books, reading is coming up. Maybe you're also, what about like writing a book? Has that come up for you as well?
Writing has, yes. I was told to write a book a long time ago. Yes, writing has been something that has come up.
Okay.
On several occasions that I should. That I have an interesting background. And I'm the only one left now in my immediate family. My parents and my brother's gone, so it's just me. And then, I mean, I have a family, my family that I've created. But I just, I just want to help people.
Yeah.
I know that I can heal. I didn't know that that's what I was doing, but I know that I can heal. And people always say that they feel something about me, that they trust me, and that I kind of make them feel, I calm them. And I'm a wreck, but I calm them.
Yes.
And I just want to, I'm sure I'm like anybody else. I just want to make sure that what I give to someone is what they need and can help them. I mean, I always tell them that if you follow the path that is laid out for you now, then that's one thing. But if you change the path, it's not going to go the way we sat here and talked about.
Right.
You have to be kind of what the gift is. So, of course, you're reading me right now.
Right.
But I've been thinking very strongly about readings and healing. I think they both go together, but
definitely.
But I've taken the course in quantum touch. I'm certified in that, and I've taken courses for psychic development. I've done quite a bit of studies, but I've been here 7 years and I've done nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I just froze. So, but I just feel like it's time. I wanted to make sure that what I was feeling was right, that somebody else could feel what I'm feeling.
Absolutely.
And that is time.
And I feel like you have a connection to Ascended Master Kuan Yin. There's that peaceful healing energy, and you can even, meditate, connecting with Kuan Yin. She's coming up for some reason in this, but I feel like you're headed into the light. You're ascending up and being able to do this path now that's coming up for you. Continue to do chakra meditations, develop those chakras, and clear those chakras. If you can do it, even just like a few seconds at each chakra, if that's all you have time for, but try to do it every day if you can, because it really develops all of the things that you need to develop when it comes to all the clairs and the self-expression, the self-development and self-empowerment. That's gonna help you get over the hump and get you going. But yes, absolutely. I think that is the right path for you. It's a calling that I can tell that you have. So I hope this helps. Sending you lots of love, and I hope everybody has a great week. Thank you so much. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and I'm here to do some readings. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am ready to get a reading going. I wanted to say that all the astrological things that have been going on in June and late May, they are continuing, and they are helping us balance what we need to do to benefit ourselves and in our relationship. And this should continue for the next couple months where we're being affected. But like I say, it's to benefit ourselves. So whatever does not resonate or benefit us in any way anymore is removed. That's our job, to become better human beings. So with that, I hope that everyone is feeling loved and cared about and safe. Hello, we have Lynn in Orlando, Florida. Hello.
Yes. Hello, how are you doing tonight?
I am good. It is summer in Minnesota. And we are just done with tornadoes for a little bit. So it's a time to go out and enjoy. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Absolutely great tonight.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
I guess, want to see if you see like a career change or a move or...
Okay. Hang on and let me see what I can pick up. What I had picked up when you were talking was you are looking in a different direction. You are looking for something different. Now, I couldn't pick up if that was a move or if that was a job, but it feels like you're being prepared for a change. I think that you feel like there's a change coming. So with that, let me see what Spirit says. Oh, you're on the fence. Spirit says you're on the fence about a change. I feel, and this is what I get from Spirit, I feel from Spirit that there will be a time before 2025 for a career change. It may be in the same company, but it feels like you're looking for something more focused on what you can give and what they can give as wages. And it may not be right on your mind now, but I think by September it will be. You really, what I'm getting from Spirit is you're really, really good at what you do. And I guess a person whispers in your ear that you are worth more than what the company is doing for you. So that just kind of piques your interest.
Okay.
And when you asked me about the changes. I just feel like you're kind of wishy-washy on any changes. Like you are okay for the moment, but at the same time, you wouldn't mind a change in these areas. But I do feel a wibbly wobbly kind of maybe not. Maybe when it happens, because we're always ready for change until it happens, and then it's a lot of work.
True. That's true.
What I feel about your housing is something's going to get renovated. I feel a renovation or a change, the structure, something to that effect, but not completely a move. You have in your mind a focus. You have a certain idea of what you would like, and you've been thinking of that. You can't tell me you're not knowing exactly what you want when it comes to where you live, because I'm picking that up very strongly that you've been manifesting, in fact, what you want as far as where you're living. And I'm able to tell you that from spirit that you will manifest what you want. It's a go. Because
Okay.
whatever you put your mind on the longest is what you attract. And you're attracting new housing the way you want it. It's where you want it. It's how you want it. So that's what Spirit says, is that by the end of, I would say by the end of the year, you will be attracting a new home.
Great. I'm ready.
And as far as the other things go, with the housing, they're saying not to fret over how you get it because it's going to work out, like the loan or the mortgage or, all the people and things that are involved with it, with the moving. Everything is going to go in the direction to get you to what you need. That's what Spirit said.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell me what you're looking for? Because I see you searching, and I'm not quite sure what you're searching. But okay, so I had a little voice tell me peace or contentment or quiet.
Yeah, peace and content, all three.
Okay. Let me see that for a minute. So Spirit is telling me things, and one of the things it says is your response. Excuse me. Your response to a situation. So you're not responsible for what other people do as far as the behavior or their actions, but you are responsible for your behavior. And so Spirit tells me that when I speak to Spirit about peace, contentment, and quiet. Let me see what else. They're also telling me that you've learned a great lesson. Somehow you have completed a lesson. And I can say that 6 months ago you weren't completing it, but now it's complete. That there's something that you have learned that, because Spirit said, great job, pat on the back. you've grown. You have grown so much, and they are so proud of you with that. So that too is what I'm being told. Don't underestimate also that Spirit is with you all the time, and Spirit is guiding you and there. So there are times when you feel alone or as if you've got a long way to go, and you don't. You're not alone, and you do not have a long way to go. Spirit is with you, and what you have completed is what they're telling me, monumental, if I said that right. So good job. Good job. Is there anything else you would like to ask me?
I think what you were saying was very accurate. Yeah, I guess at this time I'm wanting to get back to doing something I used to do, which is more the spiritual work and teaching.
Okay.
I'm ready now, I think, because of that healing that I did.
I think so too. That's what I see. I see that did you take a time out or a time away in order to do the healing? Okay, because that's very important as a healer, as a counselor, as myself, that when we find out that we got stuff to deal with, that we stop and we do what we need to do in order to be of help to other people. You did the right thing right there too.
Yeah.
Are you motivational? Because I see you just really motivated in what you're doing and saying.
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that you will be doing that shortly, like right around the corner. I give that a good 3 months before winter. And I feel like you're attracting the right people. There will be people who are attracted to what you have to give and share. And that should happen right away. I'm not going to say that you'll be doing it within the next 3 months, but there's a lot of energy out there that's saying it's the right time and the right place to get that going.
Okay.
Because I don't see you have any bad residue. I think you've done great. And I think that there's going to be some people who are going to need that lesson. Whatever you have gone through, you're going to share and help a great amount of people. That's what I see.
My life has been based around that. As I go through something, then I have to help others with the same situation.
We can't help it.
I know. That way you go through no judgment for someone else.
Yeah. It's like, how do you know? Well, for heaven's sake, I'm talking from experience. So I think that you're going to do very, very well. And I think this next year is going to be very, very wonderful for you. I think good things are coming your way in abundance.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight. I appreciate that.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. I'm LJ, and this is Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls as they queue up. I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Spirit Animal Oracle by Colette Barron Reed. So here in the past position, we have Swan. This card depicts a beautiful white swan in a wreath of pale pink flowers. Swan floats serenely on the surface of deep waters. Her long neck allows her to dip down into the deep. She travels between two worlds with confidence and grace. The client was asked to look beyond the surface of events and people and gain understanding of what was not yet perceived. And in the present position, we have Rabbit. This card depicts a soft, fluffy rabbit and her 2 rabbit kits. Rabbit has come from the safety of her below-ground home into the great possibilities of sunlit fields of opportunity. The client is tasked with staying open to new adventures and unexplored opportunities. This is about creating a new future without fear. And in the future position, we have Porcupine. This card depicts a porcupine with turquoise face paint and feather fetishes. Porcupine explores his world with open curiosity, unburdened with the past. Very similar energy to the Fool of the Tarot. New beginnings requiring the client to let go of that past and play with the newness coming in. And this reading is primarily about new beginnings and opportunities. This client needs to move forward with curiosity and childlike playfulness, exploring what they've manifested. And I see we have Kelly in Richmond, Virginia. Welcome, Kelly. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So how can I help you today?
So, I'm just looking to get away from a very, very toxic relationship and start a new life and hopefully a new career doing being a reader myself.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Let's see what, would you like something general about your future outside of this toxic relationship?
Definitely.
Okay, so we'll start with 3 cards. Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Really a toxic relationship. So let's see here. In the past position, I've got the 7 of Pentacles. So this is, 7s are about change, but Pentacles are about your wealth and your health. And what I see here, and I'll go ahead and hold this card up, you'll be able to see it later. You can see the young fellow looking down at the pentacles on the ground, on the bush in front of him. And so what this is about is you've had a lot of opportunities there. There were some that you might have missed because you didn't pick up the last one on the bottom, but it was definitely something that was present and available to you. In the present, I've got the Ace of Swords, and that is a new beginning. Some people like to see swords as challenges, but I see them as an opportunity for action. And in essence, this is all about your new beginning. So we're right on track here. And then in the final position, we've got the 10 of Pentacles, which is an excellent card to have, very exciting. 10s are about the completion after a long project, and Pentacles, we're back to your health and your wealth. And you have the imagery of the couple standing outside of the castle. So this is literally having the castle and everything in it, including the people that you want inside this castle. So this is all very exciting and good things for you and your new tarot business. So what question do you have for me to move forward with?
So I'm currently on SSI and just finding the way to transition. I've been doing readings pretty much all my life for people since I was a child, and I'm just trying to transition into the cards. I've always been a natural reader, and I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to make that transition easy.
So by a natural reader, you mean you just read the people and not the cards? You're an intuitive reader?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. What deck are you working with?
I've got several. I've got the classic Rider-Waite one, and I also have a supernatural one because I'm a huge fan of that show. And I just got the new one off of TikTok that has the descriptions to help me learn it also.
Okay. Is there any one particular one that you're drawn to?
I would say probably the classic Rider-Waite one.
Okay. So with that one, are you familiar with the story of the Fool through the major arcana?
Yes, I have pretty much learned all of the major ones. It's just finally sinking in the lower court, the numbers. I'm starting to learn numbers too. It's just getting them all in my head, learning them good. It feels like sometimes the cards distract me, because I've always just been so used to doing it out of my mind and vision.
Oh, very much with, and I'm trying to remember this because a friend of mine, in the way back in my past, we were doing a specific study on the cards and the numerology, and with one is about the individual and two is about duality and a couple in the newness stages of that, and then three is about the co-creation. So that too is a story that unfolds. Right. So perhaps being able to look at it that way might help you. It sounded like you were wanting to ask a question about the SSI. I don't want to about getting off of the SSI. I am enjoying talking about the tarot and learning it and exploring that with you. But do you want me to go back to reading, or do you want to hear more about the tarot?
Sure. Yes. I'm just wondering. Hopefully, if I can do a smooth transition, starting slowly and then moving into just going off of it and making a good career out of my own.
Absolutely. So what is Kelly's future with the tarot? Her future with the tarot? Learning the tarot, becoming a master of the tarot, as well as with her intuitive guidance, which is a very big part of it, by the way.
Definitely.
It helps fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
So, oh my goodness. I start here with the Lover's card reverse. So it looks like your toxic relationship really had a negative influence on your studies and the time that you could spend and feel comfortable with your study of the tarot and doing the readings. In the present, you've got the Magician reversed, and in this case, the Magician is the one who, and I'll go ahead and hold up this card for you while I'm talking about it. It's very much a traditional magician's card with the magician standing at the table with his hand raised, learning the elements and learning the tools. And in this case, embrace and remember your intuitive self. And as you work with it, you'll begin to develop the trust in the actual physical tools, because that's what's missing here in the present is that trust, and that's comfortability, and that'll come with time. In the future, though, I've got the Three of Swords, which is a very odd card to have there. So I'm putting down some more cards to try and understand what this is about. And it looks to me as if what you have going on here, you've got the Queen of Cups, which I'm going to take to be you. I have the Knight of Swords, and that would be a young man, about 20s, maybe 30s top. Do you have a son that age?
Yes.
Okay. And you've got the Eight of Pentacles. So you're very focused on, and understandably so, maintaining your security. Along with that, You've got the Five of Pentacles, and that has you looking inside the window at the prosperity rather than having it on the outside. So you're going to be very concerned about your material world, and that's going to distract you. Along with that, you've got the Five of Cups reversed. So what I think this Three of Swords is about here is you're going to have distractions continuing around you, and at times you're going to be struggling with some depression. So what I would recommend is that you find someone that you can talk with about this and to help you with this. And let me see if we get a better outcome once you've got that established. Because what I'm seeing there is heartache, and that just isn't what the Tarot is about, and I don't think that's your future. So, what is Kelly's future with the Tarot once she regains her footing after her relationship, and she continues to be secure in her material world? What is Kelly's future with the Tarot? The Tarot. We start off with the Three of Wands reversed, the Three of Pentacles, and the Five of Cups is back. Okay, so, okay, all right. Okay, so this is something, are you currently working with a counselor?
Yes.
Okay. There's Five of Cups. Five has to do with habits and patterns. And cups have to do with your emotional sense of fulfillment. And this is something that's going to be an energy that you're going to be working with. I see we've only got about a minute and a half here, so I'm going to speak quickly here. It's something that you may want to consider. You may want to consider either some holistic approaches to treating depression or exploring medication, because that depression is very, very deeply ingrained. But with the Tarot itself, you've got the Eight of Cups reversed, you've got the Fool, and then you've got the Page of Wands and the Five of Wands. And so summing all of that up, you're going to begin to find that richness and that fulfillment. The Fool has got you in that very much the beginning place, moving forward without the burdens of the past, which is an excellent card for you here. And then wrapping that up with the Page of Wands, that's the study of the Tarot for you in this instance. With the Five of Wands, that's getting very well organized and moving forward. So congratulations. Just keep trying.
Thank you so much. You are amazing, and much blessings and love and light to you all. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. I appreciate your call and your time and your questions. So our time together is coming to an end, though. So thank you for tuning in. For your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com, RAVENGAYLE.com. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the very best of happiness. With thanks, blessed be.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening Television, the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. I'm your host, and I'm John Capello. I'm a psychic medium from the North Texas area. We're delighted to have you here with us today. We are the show that debunks the skeptics. So I'm proud to be able to do that. And, we like to take different topics that we want to talk about in the metaphysical area. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about the chakras. Now, I may have talked about the chakras in the past, but I believe it's been a long time. But so I thought I would just revisit it and just give you some tips about what to do with your own chakra system. And and I was going to let you know that this month, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I'm going to be at Miracles of Joy in Bedford, and we're going to be doing a class on chakras. We're calling it Your Chakras and You. So this way you can learn a little bit about your chakra system. Everybody knows a little bit about chakras. They tell me, oh, I've heard about them, but I don't really know much about them. And they tell me that they've had their chakras worked on, and some people will tell them, oh, well, this chakra is closed. Well, you really can't have a closed chakra. You can have a narrow chakra, but you really can't have a closed one. If you have a closed one, then you're dead. But because energy just got to flow through you see. And so it's one of those things that you've got to be aware that your chakras never fully close down. They can be underactive, they can be overactive, but you have got to take care of them and try to be sensitive to those areas of the body that they represent. And if you are, well, then you can feel it because they relate to different parts of the body, and you're just able to function a little bit better if they're balanced. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. So there are 7 chakras that are in the main chakra system. Now, we also have chakras that exist in our hands and in our feet, and they're kind of related to the meridians, the energy lines that go along in our bodies. And the acupuncturists use the meridians in order to place their needles in just the right spot. So if you ever had acupuncture, they use the energy lines. I believe, I'm not an acupuncturist, so I don't know everything about it, but they're highly skilled at knowing where to place the needles and where to help balance energy. So pretty cool. And I do a lot of work with the chakras because I use my little aura camera. And we go to a lot of places to do the aura camera and to work with people's chakras. And as a matter of fact, this weekend I'm going to be in Oklahoma. I'll be in Midwest City at Nature's Treasures, and I'll be using my aura camera and be doing private readings, and of course the spirit gallery there as well. So it's something that's to learn about. I think that it can be your door opener to getting into metaphysics or working with your psychic ability. If you are so inclined to look at the chakra system And it's like I said, there's 7 chakras, and the top one, and you can see it over my right shoulder. It's that purple color, or magenta, some people would say. That is your crown chakra. And the next chakra under that is your third eye. And the fourth chakra, or the third, well, actually the crown chakra is considered the 7th chakra, okay, which is a spiritual number. And so naturally it's the energy where the divine comes in. And the next chakra, the 6th chakra, is your third eye. And your third eye is just right here, just over your eyebrows in the middle of your forehead. And then you have the 5th chakra, which is your throat chakra. And then the next chakra is your heart chakra, which is, of course, right there over your heart. And you can see where that chakra is green. And that's where we send our healing energy to others. And then you see the next chakra, the third chakra, is your solar plexus. This is where your emotions are distributed out, and this is where you receive emotional energy, and it's quite amazing. And then you have the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is that very special chakra, and where our creativity is. It happens to be where our genitals are. So, we don't talk about that. We just say our creativity. That's what we do talk about. And then finally, we have the first chakra, which is the root chakra. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take our first caller today. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about the chakras, and we'll focus on a few of them. We don't have a lot of time, with the show, but we'll see what we can do. So our first caller is Allison in Aurora, Colorado. How are you, Allison?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Fine. Is it cool up there in Colorado?
No, I wouldn't say cool.
Yeah, that heat dome that just keeps going over both places right now. But Allison, it looks like there's a couple of things that you're trying to work on right now. Are these both involving men, like a son and a husband, or a husband and a father, or I don't know? I'm just getting a couple of things involving men, like decisions to make, or maybe you're trying to provide some guidance. Maybe it's sons. I don't know. Does that make any sense to you?
Maybe husband.
Husband, just husband. Okay. So are you? Is there a struggle around him right now?
No, we're just really wanting to basically get out of the business that we are in, and to start a new business, a different business, and
Okay.
kind of just.
So there's the choice. And I shouldn't have said struggle, but there's the two of you are kind of struggling with the idea of whether or not you want to stay in the business you're in and possibly go to another business. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the two things. And you're just trying to make the wisest decision to move forward. It does feel like the business that you're in is kind of in its last legs, or it's starting to fade. Does that make sense?
Well, our business is pretty thriving right now. We're just tired of it.
Okay. Well, then maybe your energy is fading with it. You just don't have to get up and go like you want. And that's the way it is with psychic ability or psychic energy. It's not that it's incorrect. It's just in trying to interpret it. So it sounds like to me that the business is going well, but you and your husband maybe want to slow down a little bit and have a business that's not as taxing emotionally or energetically. Is that right?
Well, something that we can like support ourselves yet do more humanitarian work is really something where our hearts are at.
Yeah. And you want to stay in Colorado to do that?
No, we don't really. We're not totally tied here.
Okay, so you're willing to, you want to maybe do some, in some ways, a philanthropy, or you want to do some, like you said, humanitarian work, or is this volunteer work that you want to do?
No, somehow like create a business that, would be, that we could support us, and also it would help generate money for philanthropy. I'm really leaning towards like helping animals, and also like the elderly in some kind of small community living situation.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that now is there a family member or someone else around you who might be willing to take the current business?
No, but we do have somebody who does want to buy our business.
Is it a man?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There's the second man. Okay. But you seem to know him. You know him already?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Sorry about that. So is he a friend of yours or what?
Yeah, he's a friend of the business. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's the two men, because it's I gotta tie it in as to where this energy is, and trying to make this the best decision. So it seems to me, it just feels like to me you're gonna try to work him in as you kind of hunt and peck as to where your humanitarian work is going to be. It feels like to me you're going to might be some type of supplier to some place like the Red Cross, or you might be the supplier to an organization that does disaster relief or something like that. It just feels like you have a skill set, a good business skill set, and so it just feels like you may not be on the front lines of the humanitarian work, but it's humanitarian work because you're gonna have like a quick reaction to the needs of maybe more than one one group that is already helping others. Okay, so this, I don't feel like you're going to be necessarily starting a new business that's going to be on, like I say, on the front lines, but you might be in a situation to where you may go to different organizations and say, what do you need? What's your greatest need? What do you need to source? And you might be the people to do the sourcing and provide that, which would make money for you, because you can still be maybe a for-profit company, but you'd be helping the nonprofits with their mission to help others. I don't know how that sounds to you, but that's just kind of where I see it. And I feel like you're going to be in a transition period with this other person as you kind of wean him into it, whether he purchases it from you or what. But there's just something about that. That's kind of what I'm seeing. So I don't know if that makes sense to you at all. But that's just kind of that's the two men. That's the person and in some ways, I think both men look to you for your wisdom. And be sure to tell your husband that.
Oh, I will.
So, but it just seems to me like you have a really good head on your shoulders, and that you like to look at the big picture. And I think if you look at the big picture, the two of you can fill a niche in that regard, and that might be very satisfying to you, because you can see the results of your work actually going to help maybe hurricane victims or tornado victims or other people that might be in serious need of resources. So that's where I'm going to leave it with you. I hope that was of some help to you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. So I want to get back to the chakras just for a moment before we go to our next caller, because our show doesn't last very long; it goes by fast. So I want to just let you know that we read the chakras two ways actually. A lot of people read them from the top down, but actually the reading that you should do with the chakras is to read them from the bottom up. Okay. So if you read them from the top down, you have the crown, you have the third eye, you have the throat, you have the heart, the solar plexus, the sacral, and then you have the root. But when you're analyzing the chakras, you read them from the bottom to the top. And the most important chakra you have is your root chakra, the first chakra. And the reason why it's the most important is because it is the most easily I hate to use the word manipulated, or the most changeable chakra. And also it is the chakra that controls how much energy leaves your body. Okay. And if the root chakra is right, then the rest of the chakras kind of get in line, because if your root chakra is balanced, then it's easier to balance the rest of the chakras. You do some breathing exercises or do some other techniques that might be able to help you balance your chakras. And there's lots of them. There's lots of, whether it's crystal therapy or just like taking an Epsom salt bath or walking around barefooted. Those things help get your root chakra in line. And then those things also can help those other chakras that you have. So there's also a series of chants that you can do in order to balance your chakra system. So let's go to our next caller. Our next caller is Shantae in Texarkana, Texas. So is it Shantae? Is that how you pronounce it? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. How do you pronounce your name?
It's Shantae.
Shantae, I was good. I must be a psychic. So Shantae, I don't know. Has there been some type of loss? This is almost like a loss of possessions around you. Has there been some type of job loss or some type of loss of money or something like that around you?
Yes.
There has. Both of them. I'm so sorry. By the way, you might check out my latest article on my website. You go to my blog. It's about 12 things to do if you've lost everything. And because, we as psychics, we deal with this type of thing all the time. People come to us and go, wow, yesterday my life was great, and today I've lost everything. So it's amazing how life can change. But Shantae, I just feel like you've been a little bit down over these losses, and that's natural. But it also feels like it's probably time to just take a little bit of rest so that you can kind of make plans to get back on your feet. Now, this let's just kind of take things apart a little bit. What is your birth sign, by the way?
I'm a Taurus.
A what? A Pisces?
Taurus.
You're a Taurus? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Taurus doesn't stay long. Taurus doesn't stay down very long. They're tough people. But right now, Taurus is it's almost like for a lot of Taurus people, there's a clean slate for them, along with the other fixed signs, because Pluto has just entered Aquarius, and it's kind of going back and forth between 0 and 1 degree. Sometimes it slips back to Capricorn for just a little bit. It might be retrograde, might be going retrograde here pretty quick. But for you, this is a time to rebuild. It feels like you're going to be rebuilding in a completely different direction. Now, you're not wanting to move from Texarkana, are you?
No, it's not in my plans, but I have before and I loved it, but
Now, could you be doing some work in Arkansas and just going home to Texarkana?
I was considering getting a job in Arkansas, because Texarkana is Texarkana, Arkansas, and Texas. So
Yeah. But which side are you living in? The Texas
I live
side?
in Texas.
Texas side, okay. Because it looks like there might be a little bit of a drive into the other state to Arkansas to get some work. Now, also, have you worked in child care, or do you take care of any children or anything like that?
I have 2 kids.
You have 2 kids, so you're a full-time mom as well?
Yes.
Okay. So it just seems that you are, doing the very best that you can, but you might even have to take some odd jobs in order to kind of find the one job that you're going to settle with. So I feel like you're a survivor. Now, you're not a single mom, are you?
Yeah, I am, but I do date someone at the moment. But
okay. Well, it just feels like you're doing the best you can at being the primary parent of these children. That's a lot of work. So it just feels like you're going to take different types of jobs. You might even wind up taking a job doing a swing shift or a shift that might be nighttime. But you'll have help. I don't know if this is your mother or if there's another person to help you, but it just seems like there may be some of that you're going to be facing. But it's going to help you get back on your feet. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. Do you have a question for me?
I guess about my love life, I did want to know how, if it's good or if it's been honest and all that.
Well, it just seems to me like this person, he's content with the situation at the moment. I don't think he wants to necessarily, it doesn't feel like he wants to move forward as far as getting married or anything. Are you wanting to get married?
I did, but not at this very moment.
Okay.
Because of how things are going, so.
So are you having trouble with him or what?
Well, with, trusting him, I guess.
Oh, you just don't trust him. It feels like marking time is the best thing. Well, what I mean by that is just continue the relationship without a lot of pressure. Continue the relationship with an open mind and just continue just going through the motions and creating the routine. Because what's going to happen is I don't see him doing anything wrong myself. I don't see him as trying to hide things from you because you're not married. I don't think you're living together, are you?
Kinda, but not really. Like he comes, but then he'll leave and go to his mom. So.
Okay. Well, he doesn't need to be there. So it just feels like, if he wanted to play the field or he wanted several other women, he could have them and not lie to you. It just seemed like
right.
You're the one that he really wants. Okay. If he didn't want you, then he wouldn't be there. I'm not saying he doesn't look at pretty girls, but I kind of think he really wants you. And I think this is a relationship worth nurturing. So I hope you'll keep him at least for a while longer. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So we're as we continue talking about the chakras. I hope that one day if you come in front of my aura camera, I'll be able to give you an aura picture of your chakras to let you know what is overactive and what's underactive. It's like I say with the root chakra, that's your feeling of security or insecurity. If it's overactive, then you're feeling insecure. You're feeling like, oh my gosh, how do I look today? Or, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? If it's underactive, then we to leave me alone, please. That sort of thing. And then if the sacral chakra is a little bit narrow, then sometimes I see it as a sense of exhaustion and just not being able to be creative, or not being able to be yourself as far as you're being clever or anything like that, because it's all about the creative side that you have. And the solar plexus, empaths have such a difficult time with that particular chakra, because a lot of times they just naturally have an overactive chakra, and they are just sponges for negativity and sponges for problem energy, and they have to learn to protect themselves. And then when you have an overactive heart chakra, this means that you're giving way too much of yourself, and so it can make you very tired. The same way with the solar plexus. Those two chakras, for me, and other people are going to have their own opinions, are where you give and receive information, or emotional information. And especially now with the heart is where you send healing energy. The throat is how you communicate. So if it's overactive, you might be screaming at somebody. And if it's underactive, then you may need to speak up for yourself. And then with the third eye, it's about you being able to communicate with loved ones and guides and angels. If it's too much, then you're trying to depend too much on the other side. And if it's too little, it means that you're trying to take matters in your own hands. And then finally, oops, I thought we had a couple more minutes left. Okay, but it just seems that with the crown chakra, if it's overactive, then you are depending too much on the divine. If it's underactive, once again, you're ignoring the energy of the divine. So we're about ready to close the program today. And so I want to thank you for joining me. Be sure to like my Facebook page. You may sign up for a newsletter. I'm trying to get those newsletters out a little bit more. Read that article I was telling you about today. And I want to thank Joy Koff and Miracles of Joy for being my sponsor here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. It's always a pleasure to work with Miracles of Joy. And always remember, that you have the right to develop your psychic ability, and that if there's a skeptic out there that doesn't like it, just remember, there's always the psychic side to things. So take care, and I look forward to seeing you next week here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So long. Bye-bye. I'm John Capello.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the world. I mean, there's lots of weather events happening and lots of, tragedies and things like that. But I think the most important thing this week is it's time to celebrate, isn't it? For all our American and Canadian people around that watch the show each week, it's your time to celebrate this week with a happy 4th of July. So I hope that you have an absolutely amazing time. And we're not going to talk about politics today because it's all too much. And it's party time. It's time for you to celebrate and be very proud of the contribution that you make to the world. And I mean, I know every location around the world has their own special celebration, their own special day. This is one that, we recognise around the world too. Here in Australia, we don't do much on the 4th of July other than shiver and sort of say how cold and miserable it is because it is winter here. But we do sort of understand the national pride. And I think that's the thing. No matter where you live in the world, why don't we take a little moment this week to be very proud of who we are, where we come from, and what we stand for as a nation or a country or a community, and let's sort of put some positive radiating energy throughout the world instead of all this negativity and tears and frustration and wars and all the different things. Let's just celebrate being alive, and let's celebrate the fact that we are all individual. We all have different needs. We all have different requirements, but we can all come together and celebrate the place that we live. And that's a really important message this week, I think. Let's all get into party mode. So moving on to party mode, we're going to go to the tarot card of the week, which isn't actually a party. It's called the card of strength. It's the card of inner strength, of confrontation with yourself or other people. Now, look, there's many times in our lives where we need to confront ourselves. We need to sort of look at what decisions we're making, the choices that we're making, the decisions we've maybe made recently in the past. How are they affecting us at the moment? Do we need to rejig it? Do we need to rethink it? Do we need to sort of look at it in maybe with a different set of eyes? And sometimes the confrontation is just within us. It's not always necessarily with someone else, that we're not necessarily going to go and have a screaming match or a punch up, or any sort of conflict. Sometimes we need to just bring an issue up and then we find a resolution. But it's a time there where we need to sort of slow down a little bit, look at the areas in our lives that maybe are causing us a little bit of stress and asking ourselves, how can we fix this? Is there another solution? Is there another way to look at this? Or are we just being plain pig-headed and stubborn and not prepared to sort of open our mind and our heart to other potential possibilities or other resolutions that could be there? And sometimes we are our own worst enemy because we do only look at things through our own lens. We don't consider the other person or the other people in the situation and how they might be feeling. And I'm not an advocate for that we always have to completely forgive somebody. Yes, I do believe in forgiveness, but I don't necessarily believe that we should forget how we got to that point either. If something's been that stressful in your life and somebody's hurt you that much and you've had to confront the situation and confront your part in the dealing of the situation and how we got to here, you don't necessarily have to completely forget. I think you can forgive the person and, forgive the whole situation and move on, but you don't forget the lessons or the things that came out during that time that has helped you become the person that you are today, because every experience we have on this planet is shaping us for another part of the journey that we're taking here on Earth. And, sometimes the journey here on Earth can seem a little bit rough and ready at times, and other times it's easy peasy. So whatever's happening in your world, we're here to support you here on A1R Psychic Radio with all the numerous shows we have throughout the week with so many different talented psychics, healers, mediums. There's something there for everybody. So, buckle in and sort of watch, the shows, and they're always there to go back and watch your favourite show at a later date as well. So this week astrologically, yes, we were always seem to be saying we're having a busy time astrologically, but we do seem to be always having a busy time astrologically. It's happy birthday to all the Cancerians. And, you know, I have lots of Cancer family and friends, and it's a magical time of the year. As I said, here in Australia, it's cold and miserable and wet and wintry and horrible, and we're all complaining. And I live in a beautiful part of the world called the Gold Coast. Well, I can assure you there ain't no gold sunshine shining today. It's wet and miserable and cold. And we had, you know, one of the coldest days we've had here in a couple of years. So we're all really complaining here at the moment. So if you're in a nice sunny part of the world, enjoy yourself. So the sun's in Cancer. The sun is actually conjunct or holding hands Venus. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection, and Venus is where we look for the things that we love to do in our life. It's not always about a relationship with another person or falling in love. It's about the areas of life that make us smile, the things that we love to do, the things that we really feel comforted by, or the things that we enjoy doing, whether it's a hobby or spending time with friends or going to a movie or walking on the beach. It's the things that put a smile on your dial. So at the moment, with Venus being in Cancer, it's sort of asking us to look for sort of more things that really make us feel homely, that make us feel secure, that make us feel emotionally secure. And, you know, for some people, that's a love of fine chocolate. For other people, it's, you know, snuggling up next to the fire. And for other people, it might be getting outdoors and spending time at the beach or near the water, or going on a picnic, or doing a cookout, or just relaxing and enjoying what life has got to offer you at the moment. That may be your happy place. That may be what's making you feel emotionally secure. So whatever it is in the next 7 days, find a little bit of time there to sort of pamper yourself a little bit and indulge yourself in an activity that really puts a smile on your face, because that's what this conjunction is about, this holding hands with the sun, is to really sort of radiate the warmth from the inside out, to sort of put a smile on our face and say everything's great with the world, even if it's only for a short space in time. So we also have an interesting conjunction sitting in Gemini. Now, Gemini is an air sign, and it's going to affect the other air signs, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So for the moment, we have Jupiter, which Jupiter is transiting through Gemini, and it'll only go through Gemini for about another 11 months. So Jupiter transits are always fairly quick. They're only 12 months long. So when Jupiter's in a sign, we can sort of expect things to sort of really expand out, opportunities to happen, things to happen sort of quite quickly. So if you are a Gemini, sort of be on the lookout. If you're looking to change your job, you're looking to bring about some new opportunities into your life, then Jupiter can bring those opportunities and that expansion quite quickly. But Jupiter here is also warning you not to become too overzealous. You know, don't become too greedy. Don't want the sun, moon, and the stars. You know, pick one. You know, and be thankful for that. You know, you can always go back and have another shot at something or expand things out a little bit later on. We don't have to do it all in the first week. Now, with it opposing the Sagittarian energy, what it's sort of saying there for Saggies is, yes, look, there's opportunities on the horizon. Yes, you've got to get out there and communicate what you want, but make sure that it's really what you want. Don't just go out there and do it because you can. Make sure that it really fits in with where you're going, what you want to achieve in your life. And yes, there can be opportunities that can come, but that you might have to work a little bit harder for them. Or that job interview might require 2 interviews versus 1 normally. Things like that. So be aware that, you know, there may be a little bit of extra effort, particularly if you're a Sag, in your life at the moment to bring things to fruition. You've really got to keep your eye on the ball and keep things moving along. Don't become complacent and say, I'll get around to that tomorrow, or I'll just wait for them to do it. You need to sort of keep pushing the pace here a little bit. And the same can be said for Libra and Aquarius too. If there's issues there or situations that you're trying to bring into your life or new opportunities, this is not the time to hide yourself under a bushel. It's the time to stand up and be counted. You know, send them a gentle email and remind them and say, hey, I'm still waiting for an answer on that interview. You know, have you made a decision yet? You know, you'll know the way to put it, but make sure that you don't just sit there and wait forever, where you could have missed that opportunity, where maybe the email or the message didn't come through and they're thinking you're not interested. So now's the time to sort of stand up and be counted. Now, having said that, Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, which normally rules Sagittarius, sitting in Gemini, is conjunct or holding hands what's known as the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not a planet. It's an Arabian part, which is not necessarily where we look for where we're going to make $1 million or make a fortune, but it's showing us that there's opportunities there to bring into our lives that could create the opportunities that we've been searching for, the things that we've been dreaming of. And that's why it's called the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is also conjunct or holding hands the moon. Now, we know that the moon is emotional. It can be either positive or negative. The moon moves very, very quickly. So the moon's only going to be there for another 15, 16 hours. So make sure that anything that you're doing, that your emotions are in check. We don't necessarily want to cloud anything with a negative sort of emotion or not a bright, positive, bubbly one, particularly if you're inquiring about something that's really important to your future. Make sure that you keep your emotions out of it or keep your emotions fairly neutral. Yeah, you might want to sort of say a few choice words out of earshot of everybody or stamp your feet or whatever out of frustration, but don't let that come through in your communication. Make sure everything's very clear, concise, and very bubbly. So it's really interesting at the moment because Mercury, the planet of communication, has just moved into Leo. So what does this mean? Well, it means for all the fire signs, particularly Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius, communication is going to be paramount over the next few weeks. And it's really going to be something that you're going to need to keep your eye on. It's not a time to get aggressive or angry or cranky about things. Yes, you might need to be forthright. Yes, you might need to bring in some of that Leo fire and energy. But make sure that it's very clear, it's very concise, it's very articulated. Don't go off on an emotional rampage. Make sure that if there's got to be something that's got to be said in a forthright manner, that you stay on point, that, you know, it's very clear, it's very concise. You give them definite parameters of when you'd like an answer. You know, if you're asking when something's going to be finalised, don't just sort of say, well, have you got any ideas? Say, will it be finalised this week, ? Then you've given them a definite parameter of when you want them to come back to you. They'll either come back and say, no, not possible this week, won't be for 3 weeks on this date or whatever. But you've got a decisive sort of answer, not just when will it, you know, because they don't feel the urgency or read the urgency to give you a time frame. So if things are important to you, then make sure that you frame it in a way that you will get an answer that satisfies you so that then you can say, okay, that's been dealt with. I'll just wait for that. I'll move on to the next project. Because we don't want to waste time by sitting there waiting for someone else. And that's, I think, one of the biggest mistakes we make as human beings. We sit back and we wait for someone else to set the agenda or someone else to set the timetable. And in the meantime, frustration is building in the background. And we know any time that we've got Leo in the equation, we can get a little bit hot under the mane and get a little bit cranky and start ranting and raving and roaring like a lion instead of being like the nice tame little pussycat and sort of the little kitten saying, just, you know, purring along and saying everything's great with the world. So we need to be sort of very aware of that. It will flow on to all the other signs as well, but maybe not quite as much in a strong sort of way. But remember, anytime that Leo's involved in a planetary configuration, it's a time to shine. It's a time to want to sort of get out there and strut your stuff. And that doesn't matter what your star sign is. It can be any one of the 12 star signs. If you've got something important that you need to tackle on a communication level, whether it be signing a contract, having a conversation with a loved one or a family member or a boss or whatever it might be, make sure that you rehearse it. Make sure that you have your facts very, very clear, very, very sorted out in your mind, that when you do sort of start to make your presentation or, you know, start to communicate, that you're coming across in a very forthright, comfortable, positive sort of manner, that, you know, you're not threatening in any way, but you're very firm about these are the requirements, these are the things that I need answered, and I want them in a reasonable sort of time frame. How can we come to a decision on that, that's something that we're both comfortable with and we get a resolution? So it's important not to go in ranting and raving and jumping up and down and throwing your weight around. It's important to go in a forthright, organised, decisive sort of manner. And, you know, yeah, we can put a little bit of charisma in there because, I mean, after all, it is Leo. And, you know, the Leo energy likes to perform and show off a little bit and show that, you know, that they're very magnetic. So there's no reason, no matter what your star sign is, that you can't throw a little sprinkle of that in there as well. And it might just sort of get things across the line quicker. It might sort of get, you know, the project or whatever's been stuck moving forward now, and that would be a very, very good thing. We have three planets going retrograde at the moment. Pluto spends half of his life going retrograde, so I don't necessarily always talk about Pluto retrograde. But when we have two major planets like Saturn and Neptune are both going retrograde. They're both in Pisces. Now, Neptune will be going retrograde until November this year, and Saturn will be going retrograde until November this year, and Neptune will be going retrograde until December. So they're both in Pisces. So what does this mean? So let's go back and look at Saturn, the planet of discipline. Now, the sun is like the father figure. It's the planet that sort of gives us restriction, structure. It sort of helps us make decisions and stick to a plan. Now, this affects all the 12 signs, but predominantly affects the water signs, which is Pisces, Scorpio, and Cancer. The opposite sign being Virgo. Now, this applies for Neptune as well, those signs, but it's flowing through to all the 12 signs. So what it means at the moment, Saturn is going retrograde in Pisces. So he's sort of saying, not necessarily is he taking his foot off the brakes, but he's saying, I'm easing up a little bit on being sort of so hard hitting. I'm asking you all to really sort of look at the things that are important in your life, things that need changing, things that need sorting out, because remember the Pisces energy is the final sign of the zodiac. So it's sort of like we have the ability to sort things out and get to a resolution so we can start to move forward when Saturn moves into Aries and it wants to start a brand new 28-year cycle. So we're sort of in the tidy up mode. And it's like, you know, don't forget to put your compassionate hat on as well. Don't forget to put your creative hat on as well. You know, you can afford to be a little bit mystical here. You can afford to be a little bit daydreamy as you sort of work through the last few things that maybe that you needed to resolve or sort out with family and friends or even just yourself. Now, with Neptune here going retrograde, it's not necessarily saying is the fog coming back, but it's just sort of saying let's tidy up the remaining parts of the creative energy or the things that we needed to get across the line. It's a time now to sort of make sure that all your emotions are in check, that everything that you've been trying to work on in these last few years is now coming to fruition. It's sort of like it's a time that you can breathe a little bit easier and allow those beautiful Pisces energies to sort of permeate through everything. And the Pisces energy to me is very creative. It's not always about your mental health and being stuck in your head. It's a very creative time. It's a time that we can sort of maybe go back and draw on resources from our childhood or our creative areas of our lives. And quite often that is childhood. You know, we can all do with a little bit of Peter Pan, I think, and not wanting to grow up and just be childlike and sort of, you know, just fluff around like Tinkerbell waving a magic wand and just having a little bit of fun. So, you know, let's do that. Let's be a little bit like Tinkerbell this week and sort of, you know, have a bit of fun and not want to grow up and just enjoy the time. So we're going to talk with Eliza in Elza in...
Hello? Yes.
Are you there, sweetie? Can I answer a question for you, sweetheart? Eliza.
Yeah, there's so many. I think the one I'm going to ask is, when is it going to be my time to leave Arizona?
Okay, that's a really, really interesting question, Elza. You know, look, I think we all intuitively know when we're coming up with change. And I think the thing that probably stops us from making those changes is we start putting in the practicals and the what ifs and I haven't got enough money or is it the right time? Is it the right time to do this or whatever? If you're starting to think that it's the time to leave, then the time is becoming clear. As you were asking that question, they were showing me the symbolism for endings, change and transformation. But I didn't feel it was like this week. I was sort of looking more towards the end of this year or the early part of 2025. Is there one particular thing that you're waiting to happen or waiting for an answer or something? They keep showing me the month of August, and I wasn't sure how to tie that in because I didn't feel that was when you were going to move. But is there something we're waiting, an answer or something we're waiting on, and then after that we can slowly start to work towards the move? Why is August so important?
I don't know. I was waiting till the home value got higher and I had a job potentially somewhere else.
Right. Okay. So, look, I mean, yeah, look, we can wait for all those things. We can wait for the home values to get higher and, you know, it's sort of you're buying and selling in a similar market, aren't you? I mean, I know that you're moving to somewhere else, but I think maybe what you need to be looking at is let's take that out of the equation for the moment. Let's maybe start looking at from August onwards, let's make a determined effort to look at where you want to relocate to and start looking for a job in that location. Then we'll sort of tackle the housing side of things. But let's get one step at a time. I think if you can do that, Elza, then I think things will start to fall into place. So is there a particular location you've got in mind?
Like New England or way upstate New York.
Right. So you haven't made a final decision on that yet?
No.
No. Oh, that's okay. I mean, that might be what's going to happen in August, that you'll wake up one morning and say, right, bang, I know exactly where I want to go and what I want to do. And then it's sort of like we start to formulate plans around that. When you haven't got a definite location, it's a little bit hard for the universe to sort of start putting things in your pathway for you to make decisions. It's not their job to make the decision for you. It's up to you to sort of make the decision, and then they'll aid you and help you to get where you want to go. Is there anything else quickly I can help you with before I move on to the next caller?
Just will we get our last kitty of our colony?
Yes, I believe you will. You will. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, lovely to talk with you. We're going to talk with Michelle in Hamilton in New Jersey in USA. Are you there, Michelle?
Hi, yes, I am. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Michelle. How can I help you today, sweetie? What's your question?
Well, my boyfriend lost his wallet the other day, and I'm wondering if he had to redo everything. But I was just wondering if you have any feelings of where it is.
I think it's gone. I don't. When I say it's gone, when you were asking about that, they were showing me it was sort of like it was gone. Like it's not gonna resurface. You're not gonna find it. I can appreciate all the complications. Driver's licenses, etc., and our whole lives are tied up in our wallet and our purse these days, if not on our phone. So I don't think it was stolen. I do think he put it down somewhere unconsciously and forgot to pick it up. And I think then it sort of went on its journey where somebody did pick it up and didn't do the right thing. And I feel that was children. I don't know that you're going to get anything back from it, it's not always about the money that's in something. It's about the bits and pieces that we put in our wallet that are important, aren't they? Not just our identity.
It's not the money. It was like a love note from almost 2 years ago. I wrote him. It was his kids' stuff, pictures, and a million different. He had to renew all his different licenses and whatever.
Yeah,
that's all done today.
That are more important.
Yeah, and where do you see this relationship headed?
Okay, I just want to go back to that back to the wallet situation, because I'm seeing it being dumped in a trash can in a park setting. Yet I don't think he was in a park when you lost it. So I think kids found it.
We were in a park. We were walking around water, and that's where I think he lost it.
Yeah, I think he took it out or put it on the park bench or something like that and got up and forgot to pick it up.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So sorry about your question about the relationship?
Yes.
Can you ask me the question again, sweetie? Because I got so tied up on the wallet. It's okay, sweetie.
Yeah. I just want to say, where is this relationship headed?
I think for the moment, I think it's just going to plod along at what I'm going to say as a snail's pace, which sort of doesn't necessarily sit comfortably with you, because you're sort of looking to sort of get some answers about, are we really solid? Are we heading somewhere? Is this heading into a solid relationship? If not, well, then I've got to reevaluate things. Look, I don't feel uncomfortable with the relationship. I just don't think your partner's in a hurry to sort of cement this together in a serious fashion just yet. But, having said that, it's not always going to be the case. I think, once we get through 2024 and we get well into 2025, by the time we hit about March, April next year, I think he's really serious about talking about settling down, making a life together, and, things sort of really skyrocket. Then they go really fast. And it's like, okay, it's been at a snail's pace and sort of, things are comfortable. I'm not saying they're not, but there's no talk of anything past where we are at the moment. And that's because I think he just wants to take his time and enjoy what you've got and put a good solid foundation under the relationship. And look, I can't say that that's a bad thing, but I wish he would talk to you about that. That's the reasons why he's just comfortable for it to just be, while we just really get to know each other and, put a good solid foundation under the relationship, and then we'll see where things go. I mean, at least if he had that conversation with you, you'd know what was in his head.
Yeah. No, it's been almost 2 years we've been together.
Yeah,
He just
and
went
that's a
through
long time.
cancer. And I literally just got divorced last week. I literally we met at I had already ended our marriage, but we've been in litigation for 2 years. And it just finally ended June 25th. I've been trying to separate for 7 years. So it's a very unhealthy marriage and caused a lot of harm.
Maybe your partner's looking at it that, even though it's only just ended last week, that you still need to do a little bit of healing too. And let's just be for the moment. Enjoy each other. Yeah. I mean, I would be happier if he could have that conversation with you, but I don't think it's top of his mind to have that conversation. He just sort of feels that everything's great. Let's just enjoy what we've got and see where things go. But I do believe this is going to lead to a very serious, committed relationship. As I said, by first few months of next year, you'll see a real change, and all of a sudden it'll become urgent, and he wants to sort everything out yesterday. So just enjoy the time. And look, there is going to be some times now over the next few months where you will have some bouts of tears and anger and frustration and everything about what you've come through and the ordeal that it's put you through in 2 years before you actually finalise that chapter of your life. So don't be too hard on yourself when that happens, Michelle. Just let those emotions come and go, and just know that you're one step closer to being yourself again, because that marriage took an awful lot out of you. He sort of really tried to sort of strip you of everything, emotionally, physically, monetary-wise, and
now
everything.
we have a 5-year-old. Yeah, he's very emotionally abusive, so I'm grateful to be out of it, but he's doing a number on my 5-year-old. She's having all these emotional breakdowns. Is she autistic?
No, I don't
I'm
think so.
having her evaluated. I don't think so either, but she's definitely...
No, but I just think it's been the trauma of everything. And look, Michelle, things will get better. You will become a bouncy, happy-go-lucky 5-year-old again, and it won't take too much longer. So anyway, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. So it was lovely talking with Michelle and Elsa. So this week I want to leave you with a song that was big here in Australia, but not as big in Australia as it would be in America for obvious reasons. And it's a very beautifully written song by one of your most prolific songwriters in America, and I have immense respect for this man. I have actually seen him live in 2 concerts here in Australia, and he's just a consummate performer. I'm going to leave you with Neil Diamond's America. And it is a very powerful song with very beautiful words, and I think it summarises what the country stands for and how he sees it. And it's just a song I think that you should all be very proud and sort of should be your unofficial national anthem, in my opinion. Anyway, until next week, happy 4th of July. Have plenty of fun, eat plenty of hot dogs, and have great cookouts and enjoy the fireworks. And just remember, it's a great place to be, and it's great to be in the world wherever you are. Let's all celebrate the 4th of July together. Bye for now.
And let's start at the top with all 12 signs. Now, these messages are based on whole house astrology. Each of the messages are for your sun, moon, or rising. And again, you can find full readings with me by going to BerniceBissonPsychic.com. So let's get into it. I'm going to start today with Aries, top of the moon for Aries. And this is about a successful time for Aries. This is about Aries being shown the truth of their situation, opportunities, any obstacles, things coming up. And you're going to be aligned in a really good position to be able to move forward on some things you might have had bubbling or that have come to your attention over the last few weeks. And certainly between now and October, closer to October, that time of Libra, when you get your full moon, you're going to be able to culminate some of the opportunities that have been popping up for you. But right now, this is a time to keep your eyes open for new pathways, new jobs, new endeavors, new friends, new places, new restaurants, because I just feel like they're all leading you into a totally new road in your life. And so there's some pretty exciting stuff there. Okay. And then I go to my little Tauruses. You know, boy, you guys have been a hardy bunch with all this Uranus energy along with half the solar system in your sign. So it's been a bit of a challenge, but your big kudos are going to really come around your employment. It's going to come around things you've been working on. That can include your physical health, your